Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the online darts watch along for, and this is quite exciting, the 2026 PDC World Darts Championship qualifying event. And this is the bit of a wacky one, this one today, because this isn't the tour card qualifiers at the end where we've got a number of spots at Ali Pally to give away. This is one spot, one person that will make their way through to Alexandra Palace. And it's a bit of a wacky lineup, isn't it? Because this is anybody that went to Q school. And that throws up, whilst we do have some tour card holders, there's a few games warming up, we will get, in fact, what are we going to start with? Let's have a look. Oh, I'll tell you what, because he's top of the list. Let's watch Rob Grundy and Stu Wilson. Primarily because Rob Grundy lives around the corner from me. He's a local lad, and we like to see the T-siders do well. So we will go with that for our first featured game. That is a round of 64 game as well. So we have got a bit of a mixed bag. We've got some top 128 games going on and top 64 games. They are not messing about at all. They are getting underway very quickly, and I don't expect any hanging about today. There is no streaming, so we've got no. This is the only place you can follow it, which is cool. So yeah, we've got no streaming going on anywhere. You can't actually watch this other than to sort of stick around in here and find out what's going on. It's a bit rogue. I am just working my way. I'm working my way through the draw bracket. There is some bloody big names in here. You know, we've got former major TV title winners today. There are some big names: Robert Thornton, Richie Burnett. It's a right list. John Henderson is playing, 2021 World Cup winner. Andy Bolton, long-time staple of the PDC and TV events. Right, yes. So, Owen, let's get it out of the way. Yes, the winner of today's event goes to the World Championships in December. So this is an opportunity, not just, so, you know, let's be real. Yes, you win a spot at the World Championships, which for some of these lads, that could be their card. You know, this could be saving. There's a few guys here, Rob Grundy probably one of them at the feature game at the minute, where this is really the last chance to save that tour card. Last chance to keep that card and have another year on tour. It's also 15 grand. First round losers money at the World Championships is £15,000. So whoever gets through this is going to be £15,000 at least richer than they are today. Loads in the chat room already. There's lots and lots and lots of you in, and we've already got some predictions. I like that one. Colin Osborne, another T-side lad. I'm liking the T-side presence. We've got some picks in already. There's a couple of Reese has said. Nathan Potter all the way. Tossy fancies. Graham Usher. Graham Usher could be a shout, you know. Like, this is the sort of thing and potentially the sort of lineup that Graham Usher could work his way through. But he finds himself 1-0 down at the minute to Michael Flynn. It is very early days, though. We're only one leg in to all the games, both 128 and last 64. In the chat, let's have your picks in. Get involved in the chat room. If you're in there, let's have a look and see what everybody thinks. Mark, there's a Scott, I'd say your boys have a D. Well, there's certainly a few of them, Mark. There's definitely a few lads from up your way playing today. I mean, two of the big, arguably two of the, let's say, the biggest names in John Henderson and Robert Thornton. There's some powerhouse names in the world of darts. So, yeah, I think Scotland very, very well represented, as is Ireland as well. Some real talent from the Irish lads over there. Chaz Barstow goes 2-0 up over Paul Mitchell. That's a break of throw that he's taken there. Graham Usher now 2-0 down. A lot of people thought Graham was going to do well, or could do well in this event. Adam Hunt, tour card holder, he goes 2-0 up on Craig Watson. Rob Grundy just getting his foot down here against Stu Wilson in a feature game, looking to just start to pull away. Right, let's keep going in the chat room. Let's have your predictions in. Who do you think is going to go all the way today? I think I might go a little bit rogue. Who am I? Can I? Yeah. I think I am going to go a bit rogue. And I'm going to pick the Joker, John O'Shea. He's been up on that stage before at the Palace. I think there's been some very, very good darts coming from him of late. It's just the type of thing that John could play well in. I think that's my pick. If I have to pick one name, Tom, was I like to see Ash Coleman do well today. I've not seen him in the draw yet, but there is an awful lot for me to work through, and it's hard when I'm to be completely honest, it took me enough time just to work out how to get these two screens on that you can all see them all. This is Phil's bag normally. This isn't normally my expertise. I normally just sit and talk rubbish. So having to do a little bit of technical work and getting things on the screen was a bit tough. So we're about at the limit. So if anybody does hunt around in the draw, find where Ash Coleman is, who's he playing, and who's he likely to meet second and third round, etc. And that'd be really interesting. So, question in the chat room: why is there British flag? So, my understanding, and I'm happy to be corrected, but when you sort of, register with, or when your information, your profile is created within Dart Connect, you pick a flag. You choose whether you choose whether you want that flag, something else. So it's literally down to what has been set up and what the player has picked. What's going on? Richie Burnett 2-0 down. Lots of picks for Richie Burnett. There's a few people picked him. Obviously, one of the bigger names, one of the more box office. One of the more box office people in all of darts because he's completely and utterly bonkers. Richie Burnett, though, 2-0 down. He's going to have to fight his way through a bit of a challenge there. Michael Flynn, 3-1 up on Graham Usher. Heavily fancied Graham Usher is struggling. Couple of extended leads being taken in those round of 1-2-8 game. Adam Hunt goes 3-0 up, as does Chaz Barstow. Again, two of the more established, bigger names. There is a few rogue folks in this one. Chaz Barstow now 4-0 up, motoring through very, very comfortably. Jamie, your two favourites to win haven't entered. Who were they then? Interested to know who you thought was going to win this that isn't playing. Correct. James Big Hendo is there. That would be a story, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be cool? Sykes and Graham Hall. Yeah, good picks, to be honest. Yeah, I think if Tom Sykes was there, I think he'd certainly be close to the top of my list of people I thought would come through it. We've seen absolutely superb darts from him lately. Is Boris in it? Again, I haven't seen him in the list, but it's hard for me to do too much clicking around. Yeah, first to six, folks. Just that's worth having in mind. You can see right at the bottom of the screen, which is the last 64 first to six legs. So just if you have it on Dart Connect, then forget. Can't see the score at the bottom. Ah, right. That's interesting. No, well, don't see. This is why I need to be kept right, see. Let's have a little, see if there's a way that we can figure this. Well, I'm working on it, don't worry. You stay there. Bloody thing. There we go. Now we've got the score on the feature game. It should have anyway. Hopefully that's working. And in fact, we'll move that over there a bit and we'll get this a bit bigger. Hopefully we can see that a bit clearer. There we go. See? I could do this all the time, couldn't I? Probably not. But we do. But I'm doing my best. Reece Griffin goes 4-0 up. Jimmy McCurdy. So it isn't looking like a great start so far for the Scottish players. But there's lots and lots of big Scottish players to come. Lots of names. Lots of chances to get to the Palace. Chaz Barstow now 5-0 up. Adam Hunt 4-0 up. Very, very comfortable. It's looking for those two. But still around behind many players today because we've got a bit of an odd number. I didn't get to count much before I came on. Is it no, I didn't see the full. Is it 96? Somebody will know. There'll be an expert in the chat room. My guess was that we had 96 players, but I might be overdoing that, to be honest. But we have got some folks straight through. 73, yeah, it's even worse than I thought. Chaz Barstow, 6-0 victory. Paul Mitchell not putting up much of a fight just with that 63 average. But yeah, the first victory of the day. Today's first result. And it is a 6-0 Chaz Barstow win. That was a round of 1-8 games. So Chaz Barstow just through to the last 64. Lots of questions about Phil Bars today. In short, he's working. He's, as he does, the hardest working man in darts, isn't he? He's constantly travelling, constantly busy. So Phil, I think he's got 2 exhibitions to be at today. Or if he hasn't got 2 today, he's got one last night, one tonight, and travelling during the day. So he's a busy lad. He's all over the country. I think he's actually up my way in the next few days. I think we might be able to squeak a bit of breakfast in at some point as he's travelling around in the northeast. So you're stuck with me today. We'll get through it together, folks. Don't worry, we'll be all right. Still mixing a few predictions. There's quite a few of you in the chat room. Chat room's busy today. It's nice to see everybody, but we are missing some predictions. Somebody needs to nail their flag to the wall a bit. Adam Hunt goes 5-0 up, as does Reece Griffin. Reece Griffin's game, though, is in that top 64, so Reece Griffin just 1 leg away from a spot in the top 32. He's getting closer and closer. So, Tom, it is just one person to answer your question. There is... let me think of the date. I think it's the 24th of November. I think is the PDC Tour card holder qualifier. So that event has, I think, 5 spots at the World Championship. So there'll be 5 people pick up a qualification spot from that event on the 24th of November. This event today, it's tour card holders and associate members. So that means that everybody that went to Q School is eligible and can play today, which is why we do have some rogue names. We've got some huge names here, but we've got some rogue ones as well. And then that's why we should perhaps not be too surprised, folks, when we see the occasional 60-something average, because this is a mixed bag, let's say. Graham Usher fighting his way back into this game against Michael Flynn. 4-3. Flynn leads. Now we've got an interesting all Irish. I know there's some folks in the chat room following the Irish players. Conor Heenan behind in his game at the minute against Jim Motson, but are warming up in the top 64. You might be able to see at the bottom of the screen there. Shane McGurk and Dean Finford. That is an interesting all-Irish affair. Nathan Potter just slipping behind. I know he was picked. You get stuck in, Connor. You know, you get stuck in. Lots of people not entered that I thought would, to be honest. I think I'm really surprised by the low numbers. Very, very surprised by the low numbers. I thought it'd be stacked, to be honest. I honestly thought this was going to be a really, really busy, non-stop, chaotic stream. Interesting. So I know that we are here to talk about the UK and Ireland World Championships qualifier. But there has just been a result in the Australian Premier League. If you are watching all, if you'd like me and trying to keep up with loads of darts all at the same time, the Australian Premier League final has just concluded for this week. The result was Johnny Tatar with a 5-2 victory over Simon Whitlock. Simon Whitlock making his way through to the final. Nice to see the Wizard playing some good stuff and getting through to the final there. Australian Premier League, I think, going pretty well. Everybody seems quite impressed. It's definitely been a good addition to the darts on offer down there. A couple more results to talk you through. 2 results in the top 64. So 2 players have booked their place in the last 32. Steve Hine, a 6-2 victory over Dan Hands, and Rhys Griffin, a 6-0 victory over Jimmy McCurdy. Tommy Lishman as well, just getting that job done against Scott Taylor, 6-2. That, though, a round of 1-2-8 match. Simon Stothart, 6-1 victory as well. Just caught that on the screen before it disappeared down to the results section. This feature game's a bit drab, isn't it? It is a bit drab. I might have to own up on that one for maybe not picking up the best game that we had available. Graham Usher is on the wire. Michael Flynn is just 1 leg away from victory, sending Graham Usher home early. A lot of people in the chat room fancied Graham to do well. Adam Hunt just 1 away, 5-1 up on Craig Watkins, and Daniel Ayres is a winner. Cracking average, just shy of a ton. He beats Callum Goffin 6-2. I think I might put some sort of I might put some sort of rolling news feed along the bottom just to keep everybody in the loop that Phil is traveling to exhibitions today. He's working, hardest working man in darts, isn't he? So he is a busy lad. I think he's up. I don't think he's too far from me. I think he's up in the northeast this week. But yeah, so Phil, he's done an awful lot of streaming lately. He's been busy all week, so he's got one off today. As Adam Hunt wins 6-1. We're very pleased about that up here in the northeast. We like to see the northeast lads doing well. Good afternoon. Ken has just joined us in the chat room. It is busy today, and it's probably busy because there is no other way to watch this. It's not streamed. And the gambler is out. Graham Usher. We've seen some smashing darts from Graham Usher lately. We saw him burst onto the scene at the seniors, playing some really good stuff. And yeah, I really fancied Graham Usher to do well today. I thought he'd be able to do some serious bits, and he's crashed out in the first round. Yeah, I think you might be right, Adam. I think the next feature game after Rob Grundy and Stu Wilson will be John O'Shea and Tom Bissell. That is a really serious game of darts. I think we've got some really, really good games just warming up as well. Thomas Lovely and James Richardson's quite an interesting one. Andy Bolton warming up as well. More representation for Scotland. Nathan Potter wins 3 on the spin to be a 6-4 winner. He was 4-3 behind Jabali a few moments ago. Rattles off 3 legs super quick, averages a ton, and I know Nathan has been picked at least one in the chat room to have a good run today. Colin Osborne just 1 away now. Teesside lad, likes a Parmo. I had a Parmo last night. Anyone in the chat room had a Parmo? Yeah, highly recommended. Adrian Gray 1 away, 5-3 up. Stu Wilson a mile behind. Rob Grundy surely gonna claim this leg. He's got 6 to get rid of this tops. Jack Mail and Thomas Martin getting underway in the round of 64. How old is Phil? I'm not sure. Well, ish. I know he's about my age. I think he might actually be slightly older than me. I think. He's about my age. Somewhere between 35 and 55. Aidan Kirk 1 away, 5-4 up. Don't forget, folks. Well, Rob Grundy has. I don't know how he's managed to make such hard work of this. This is a really tough watch, to be honest. And Richie Burnett is out. There is some big surprises. There's some big names, and a lot of people's picks are tumbling quite early in the day today. As Richie Burnett, whilst that was around the 64 game, he had a bye in the first, so that was his opening game today. An average of just 78 for Richie as he goes out 6-2. Defeat by Joe Croft. Keenan Thomas 6-4 victory. It's not all bad news for the Welsh players. We had 4 Welsh players play so far. 2 win, 2 lose. Is this not on telly somewhere? It's not, I'm afraid. No, it's not on TV. So this is a bit of a behind closed doors. This is really the only way to keep up with things and follow what's going on. We'll get through. We will. I tell you what, they are going at some pace. There is literally no time gap at all in sort of games finishing and the next one going live. You know, I'm very impressed by it. It's incredibly efficient. We are used, and I know that when we haven't got the stream boards, it's a bit easier to rattle through. You aren't waiting for people to be, arranged in particular ways and hanging about for them. But yeah, they're going at some pace. Andy Hamilton takes an early break of throw against Tavis Dudney, so 2-0 up. Hamilton finds himself there. Aidan Kirk dispatches Kevin McDine out in the opening round 6-4. That one. I had my first Parmo last week. Congratulations. Welcome to the club. Manjaro's in Middlesbrough. Yeah, you've decent, but it's not the best example you could have got, I don't think, of a Parmo. They're all right though. Like they are decent. Is this a new qualifier since it was? Yes, I think so. Happy to be proved wrong. Again, my knowledge is not limited, but I find it hard to think fast while I'm on this because I'm thinking of too many things at once. My brain isn't that good. But yes, so and again, it's a bit of an unusual lineup as well. These are people. It seems a bit unfair when I say that. Some of the folks involved today aren't people that we would normally think of as being in with a chance to be at Alexandra Palace and to be able to play in the World Championships. But we do like to manifest chaos here at Online Darts, and we like, crazy mad things to happen. So yeah, I think we're all expecting something a bit bonkers, or we're all hoping for something bonkers, aren't we? We want the most rogue lineup possible entering the World Championships. Another question from Joe. No, keep the questions coming, because the question of the chat, honestly, guys, right? The chat room is incredibly important to me today, because quite often when we do a stream, there might be a couple of us on. But certainly when I do them, I'm normally like the second man. You know, I'll be like on with Phil. So there's a lot of conversation and talking about things. This is really, without the chat room, it's just one man in his dining room going slowly mad, talking to himself about what's happening in the world of darts. So I desperately need some contributions in order just to keep the conversation flowing. So to answer both Jamie and Jonathan's question, just one spot from today. There is, I mentioned a little bit earlier, there is a qualifier on the 24th of this month, 24th of November. That'll be the last chance for tour card holders to claim a spot at the World Championship. So when they get there, I guess they've got one opportunity left, but today is a bit rogue because it's sort of open to everybody. If you went to Q School, you could enter this. So you know those 5 spots that come around on the 24th for tour card holders. We're going to be very familiar with all the names there. We're going to have seen them all year playing at players' championship events. Whereas there are some guys, some folks in this group playing today that we've not really seen or talked about since Q School. They are coming back around to us. The opening leg between Tom Bissell and John O'Shea, it looks a bit messy. If you see the averages there, both mid-60s. Tom Bissell managed to claim that first leg. Are there any qualifiers to the World Championships for Europe? So yeah, in short, Kat, there is loads and loads of ways that you can qualify for the World Championships, especially with the new expanded format. So obviously you've got all your order of merit qualifiers, Pro Tour, and then Pro Tour seeded, and then Pro Tour unseeded. You've then got all the other routes you can qualify. So the Dev Tour, the Challenge Tour, the Women's Series, the Women's Match Play, and then there is a huge list of international events. So you've got the PDC's Indian Qualifier, the China Championship, the Asian Championship, the Asian Tour, Steel Darts Japan. It's the Hungarian Super League. There is a huge list of routes for people all around the world to be able to qualify for the World Championships. This is the one, if you like, for associated members in the UK and Ireland. How can I enter Dev Tour next year? Pay your money. I don't think there's much more than that. I think it's literally just a case of, and obviously be of appropriate age. Make sure that you are young enough to be able to play in the development tour, and that you're not yet fully developed. Colin Osborne won 6-5. He's had to really work quite hard for that victory and grind it out. That was a 1-8 game as well, so he's had to work really hard against Kyle Sneed, and he's gonna have to come back in for another game in the top 64 as well. There's a few players that's been very, very fortunate today with the way that the draw has worked for them in terms of their buys. Adrian Gray, who was miles ahead of Christopher Wickenden, has managed to just get there in the end. A 6-5 victory in the top 64 for Adrian Gray. Shane McGurk and Dean Finford, 2 each. It's a Desmond in that all-Irish clash. I know the guys in Scotland will be getting excited because not only have we got Andy Bolton on board 10 against Owen Maiden, but warming up, you'll see at the bottom of the screen is potentially, well, not potentially, they are 2 of the biggest names in today's event, Robert Thornton and John Henderson. both, and yes, whilst not really close to their best ever form and their peak, they're going to pose problems for anybody, because on their day, by God, can they still throw darts, the pair of them. And if you are in this qualifier and you see the draw, you see them in your bracket, that's got to be a bit of an eye roller. That's got to make you think, oh, God, I've got to play him, have I? Because, like I said, there are some very winnable games in here, but there are also some absolute nightmares. And we've got a noble leg. I've managed to somehow pick the longest game in the history of the first to six format in Robert Grundy and Stu Wilson, but it's 5-all. It will be over very soon, folks, and we'll get the next feature game on for you. Did it beat and enter? No, but I don't think he was. Well, he couldn't have done because he wasn't at Q school, so I don't think he would have been eligible to enter. Jamie, I'm again happy to be corrected. Connor will probably call me names in the chat room for getting that wrong if I have. But yeah, I don't think I'm not sure he could have done because of the way in which he returned his card. Shane McGurk and Dean Ford. This is a cracking game. 3-all in the Irish derby. Andy Hamilton is making very, very short work of Tavis Dudney. 5-0 ahead. Hamilton is now. We have, as far as I know, finished now. There is no more 1-2-8 games to play. So we are now playing exclusively second round. Last 64 games for a spot in the last 32. Again, we are playing all the way to a winner today. We are going to get quarters, semis, and final, which we're not really used to seeing. We're not used to seeing that in a qualifying event, are we? If Hendo wins, he plays Colin Osborne next. Well, that's brutal for both, isn't it? Like that again. That's just, there are big names in this tournament, and there are people that you will just want to avoid. And you're gonna have to play them sooner or later, aren't you? There's only one winner today, so you've got to get to the big names sooner or later if you're going to do well. But you would want to play your way into it a little bit, wouldn't you? You want to build up a bit of a head of steam. Again, Rob Grundy should not be wasting this opportunity. He finds himself again. This has happened quite a few times in this game where he's been back to a 1 or a 2 dart finish with Stu Wilson still in the 200s, but finding a way to still make it messy and stressful. 140 from Stu Wilson puts a little bit of pressure on. You would like to think with 3 darts, Robert Grundy would get the job done. Dean Finn Ford takes out 170 to go 4-3 ahead of Shane McGurk, and Rob Grundy does get that job done. He is victorious. And we are going to go, as promised, to John O'Shea and Tom Bissell, which was a Desmond just moments ago, but Tom Bissell. That was it wasn't. It was a hold of throw from Tom Bissell. He's 3-2 ahead, first to 6. Yeah, it is a long time since we've seen Colin Osborne at the World Championships. Let's have a look how long. How long is it? Predictions in the chat room before I put it on. 2014. 2014 was the last time we saw Colin Osborne at the PDC World Championships. Andy Hamilton, a 6-0 victory. That looked easy. Very, very little pressure on him. Andy Bolton has got to break a throw as well. He's 3-1 ahead of Owen Maiden. What else is going on? James Richardson and Thomas Lovely. We've picked that out as a bit of a nice game. 3-3. That one is tight to Martin Thomas. 4-1 up on Jack Mail. He's playing well there. Martin John Henderson behind. Jack Secular takes the opening leg in that one. Where is this qualifier taking place? Oh, go on. Somebody tell me. Where have they put this? Is it Leicester? No, Wigan. Wigan, I think. Someone will know in the chat room. It's behind closed doors, so I can't go. So I didn't really look too much. I think it's Wigan. Somebody in the chat room will know, Joe. Steve Hine, do you know the muffin? Yeah, I saw. Do you know, if he goes a bit deep, I'll go and get them. I've got a load of his flights. My lad plays with Muffin Man, Steve Hine flights. They're very cool, little black flights with chocolate muffins on. If he keeps going, I'll break some out this afternoon. Tom Bissell's got a break of throw now up on John O'Shea. I picked John. I picked him to do well today. And that 140 from Tom Bissell has come at the perfect time. He's made up for some slack early visits. John O'Shea's going to need to find it. Oh, well, there we go. Finds a 140, 2 treble visit, gets down to 70. See how much pressure Tom Bissell can put on that 70. And John Henderson he's put a lot of pressure on. My word, Tom Bissell is playing some rather spectacular darts, which is what we're not seeing from the Highlander. John Henderson, John O'Shea gets that leg. It's a break back, but it's only a break if you then hold. This is a cracking game. John Henderson 2-0 down. Jack Secular takes a break of throw off the big Scotsman. Ash Coleman, and there's a lot of people in the chat room keeping an eye out for him. He has raced ahead to a 3-0 lead over Thomas Garter. That is not what John O'Shea would have wanted to do at the beginning of this leg when he's trying to hold throw to level this game up. Big John Henderson now 3-0 down, and we have seen a pattern emerging so far, which is the bigger, more famous and prestigious names have struggled so far. We've seen Richie Burnett go out in his opening game. John Henderson has an uphill battle as he's 3 behind. Robert Thornton, though, keeping things on track. 2-1 up at the minute. Lee Cox and Adam Warner are level at 3 apiece. Adam Warner just gets a leg to level that up. Shane McGurk is within 1. This has been a really good game against Dean Finford. 5-4 there. Just the one spot, Robbie. Just one. There's, like I say, there's another qualifier in a few weeks, 24th of November, where the tour card holders will get 5 chances. There's 5 tour cards on offer there. But today, just one spot. Shane McGurk wins his game against Dean Finford in that all-Irish clash. Top 64 games. So Shane McGurk down to the last 64. His countryman, John O'Shea, has been just given a chance, and he is a lucky, lucky boy if he manages to nick this leg back, because he was dead and buried, and oh dear, this is getting very messy. And Tom Bissell now just won away another break of throw, and Tom Bissell can now just throw for the match in a space in the last 32. Correct time. There is no messing about today. They are going at a rapid pace. I think obviously without having the streaming board and everything else, going on, it's a bit easier. But no, there is no messing about. We're seeing games warming up for an incredibly short amount of time, and they are pummeling their way through this round of 64. It's been a lot of these games seem to be played at a lovely pace, and the Joker just not able to keep pace here, not being able to find trebles at the most important times. And I'm afraid to say it looks like could be too little too late. Yeah, there's some lovely games coming. Chaz Barstow and George Killington is a nice game warming up, as is Steve Hine and Andy Hamilton. Andy Bolton wins 6-1. That's a solid win, but I feel like we could probably jump in after this game. If Tom Bissell wins this leg and gets it done, I think we should probably jump into Joe Hunt and Robert Thornton. It's sort of on the wire, that one. I think there's a few people will want to see how Robert Thornton gets on. Ash Coleman, he's 5-0 up, and I'm going to be kind. There's very little coming back. You know, Thomas Garter is averaging 67, which is somewhere around the sort of Dan Simpson school of darts. Oh my word, 129 checkout for Tom Bissell, 6-3 victory, and the Joker finds himself out of the qualifier in his opening match as we join Robert Thornton, who takes out 76 to level the game up. So yeah, I think we've chosen the right game to come to here. This one is right on the wire, 3 each, both averaging in the 90s. This is a nice game to come and join. Afternoon, Matthew. On current form, who are the favourites to qualify? Right, honestly, this is it's a lottery. It really is. So, like, on current form, probably like none of them, because in terms of the tour card holders, because the tour card holders are all here because their form isn't good enough to have got them into a qualification spot. You know, there is quite a lot of spots available through the Pro Tour Order of Merit. And so you've got the PDC Order of Merit, then the Pro Tour Order of Merit, both seeded and unseeded. So there's a lot of players that are qualifying for the World Championships. And these are all the players that haven't been good enough to get into that list. So, I mean, how many have we got there? So 80. So there's 80 players. So these are the tour card holders that aren't in the top 80. So therefore, their form is all over the place, and because otherwise they would be. And then a lot of the others that are in here are a bit rogue in that some of them we know how they're playing because we see them. You know, we see them on the Challenge Tour, we see them on the Dev Tour, or we see them in various other codes of the game. But there's some that we've barely seen we've barely seen them in a way that we'd be sort of paying much attention to since Q School. So I do think it's a bit of a lottery today. I think there's a lot of players that we don't know what they're coming with and where their form is at. There will be a few pleased to see Ashley Coleman. It was a 6-0 win, and whilst I give credit for the 6-0 win, it was a 6-0 win against a 67 average. So, like, it'd be really interesting to see how Ash plays in the second round. I think possibly Adrian Gray, who averaged early 90s in his opening game. So I think there's probably going to be a tougher test for Ash Coleman, one that I'm sure he's probably capable of, but it is going to be a bit tougher in that second round, you would expect. We are underway in the top 32. Like, when underway in the top 32 at 1:15. I was sort of expecting to be here with you all for quite a long time today, but the pace at which we're rattling through this, I don't think we'll be here for as long as I expected. So yeah, we're underway in the top 32. Again, great game between Steve Hine and Andy Hamilton. Andy Hamilton has took the opening leg there. Adam Warner goes within one. He is 5-4 away. Sorry, it's 5-4 in that one. He's one away Adam Warner. Can we have Pilgrim and Hunt as a feature game after this? Yes. Yes, we can. And you all know why. It's because Adam Hunt is from the northeast of England. And if there is a player from the northeast of England playing today, they'll be the feature game. Sorry, guys. You have come to watch somebody from Teesside talk about darts. So, this is what you're going to get. And Joe Hunt playing some really good darts here. Joe, Robert Thornton isn't doing a great deal wrong. But Joe Hunt won away and he's on through. It's not how he would have wanted to start. There's a quick result there, top 64. Andrew Cass, 6-3 winner over Nicholas Ellis. And Henry Coates, 5-3 ahead of Joshua Richardson. We've got a noble leg. We are 5-all in the game between Martin Thomas, sorry. Lots and lots of names on my screen at once. And Jack Mail, 5-all there. They are going to a deciding leg. And we've got more games warming up in that round of 32. Ash Coleman against Adrian Gray. So I was right when I thought that was who we played next. Tom Bissell and Daniel Ayres. And Andy Bolton against Michael Flynn. They are the round of 32 games that are warming up. Jamie, it's just one. It's just one today, so we are going all the way through quarters, semis, and final. Scott Waits, no. Don't think I've seen Scott on the list. I don't think I've seen him playing either. But no Scott Waits today. Again, there is quite the list is longer than the list of people that are playing, the people I thought would be playing that aren't. There are a few really disappointed not to see Tom Sykes. I thought we would see him, and I thought he would do well as well. So not just I think he'd be there, but I thought he had a really good chance of doing something and going deep today. Lee Cox levels up against Adam Warner, so we've got 3 noble legs all going on. Cox and Warner, Thomas and Mail, and Carl Wilson and Jack Vincent, all 5 each. Going right to the wire. John Henderson, it is last chance saloon. He cannot make a mistake from here. Averaging just 75, John Henderson. Joe Hunt. And I got quite excited now. We bigged up the chances of the lads from Scotland, but it is not going well, is it? As Robert Thornton crashes out in his opening game and John Henderson, we will be going to Pilgrim and Adam Hunt, but let's not do it on that screen anyway. Let's just see if we can see the end. I mean, it might not be the end. It might not be. But we join Jack Secular and John Henderson with Jack having 3 match darts. He needs all 3 of them, but he gets the job done. So we have seen the Thorn and the Highlander tumble out in their first games in just a matter of moments. And that was perfectly timed. It was perfectly timed. Somebody in the venue watching. I hope they are. If somebody in the venue, they've done us a right favour there. We got to see those match darts go in. And we saw the defeat of the Highlander. And now we start off. What a lovely game this is. Darryl Pilgrim against Adam Hunt. Pilgrim starts with a big 180 as Jack Mail comes through that deciding leg. 6-5 victory. Gets himself a spot in the top 32. And again, we're not waiting. It doesn't seem like we're hanging around for everybody to start at the same time or anything like that. We are just cracking on today. Motoring through at a very nice pace. Lee Cox comes through the noble leg against Adam Warner. 6-5 victory for Lee Cox there. And David Davis, 6-5 over Jared Cole. Again, a few people in the chat room mentioning Jared Cole earlier in the day today. But unfortunately for Jared, there was just one game. Big leg, Adam Hunt, 180. What? We thought this was going to be a decent game, and my word. Look at it so far. 2 darts at 46. Adam Hunt break a throw early It's not often your opponent starts 180, 140 and you get a chance to break the throw, but he does all the same. 1-0 to the Geordie. Oh, chat room's getting busy. Nico is in. Hello, mate. As is Nicholas. It's all good, mate. It's all good. We're enjoying it, right? I mean, it's a bit bonkers, isn't it? And that's what I like. It's quite chaotic. There's lots of stuff happening very quickly, which is quite fun. And there's some right random names. there's some really rogue guys in here. And there's a few interesting stories. So Nico, no, so that one, it's not an Epiphone Sheraton. It's and there is so the famous Noel Gallagher Epiphone Sheraton wasn't. It was a hand painted one, as far as I know. So that didn't actually start life as a as a Union Jack guitar. It was painted. That is a custom, so that's actually made like that. Jamie, I did see your comment. I'm not 100%. I understood it. Someone explain this qualified. You understand? For the avoidance of doubt, everybody who's playing today is playing for one spot at the 2026 PDC World Darts Championships and a spot to go and play at Alexandra Palace, and also a chance to lose. A chance to lose in the first round and still be paid £15,000. So, you know, whilst there isn't a cash prize on offer today, there is £15,000 first round losers money at the World Championship. So it's a canny prize if you come through it. We've got a Desmond in the round 32, Steve Hine and Andy Hamilton. Andy Bolton is our last man standing. Yeah, do you know, Mark? And I really legitimately thought that there was going to be a real push from the Scottish representatives today. I thought that, you know, if I was to pick, you know, my top 10 of people I thought would go really deep, there was a decent chunk of that. About a third of them were Scottish. But it has not gone well so far today. It has gone well for Adam Hunt in our feature game here, who takes a hold to add to that break against Darryl Pilgrim, finds a big 1-2-1 against the darts. But yeah, great start for Adam Hunt. It would be lovely to see him make it through to Alexandra Palace. George Killington 3-1 up on Chaz Barstow. George Killington is playing well and very capable of going on a deep run today. Andy Bolton gets the first leg on the board against Michael Flynn, that top 32. They are motoring ahead on those boards, flying. What have we got warming up? Ash Coleman still warming up for his match against Adrian Gray. Tom Bissell and Daniel Ayres just off and running on board number 1 in the top 32. This is some... Oh, wow! My word, this is some game of darts between Darryl Pilgrim and Adam Hunt. They have both turned up with a purpose today, and that purpose is to secure a spot at the 2026 PDC World Darts Championship. 101 average for Adam Hunt, which I think if he can maintain No, I'm not, no guarantee that he will. In fact, both averaging 101 now. We are yet to see a ton plus average today. I know that there is a reason why all these players are in this, and it means that they're not the type of players who are regularly producing ton plus averages, but they're all capable of it. Every single, well, maybe not every single one, but a good lump of them are capable of it. And Mark, you can just keep clinging on to some hope because Andy Bolton is 2-0 up. He takes a break of throw. Early lead against Michael Flynn, and there is still some hope for Scottish fans having an extra Scottish player at the World Championship this year. Back-to-back 140s for Daryl Pilgrim. This is a great game of darts. Against the throw again. So Daryl Pilgrim, 84 after 9. And have won all the way back on 302. You got to think this leg has to go to Daryl Pilgrim for a break back. Get the match back on throw. And Desmond, Steve Hine, the Muffin Man. 4-2 up. Good afternoon, Ross. Good to see you, mate. Yeah, I've had a smashing weekend so far. Weekend's just begun, really, hasn't it? But no, I had a pleasant. It was Halloween last night. I got loads of kids. So I had all my lads' mates round the house for hot dogs and chips and treats, and then they were off round the village, knocking on doors, and came back with big sacks of sweets. Yeah, it was nice. It was good. Pleasant start to the weekend. Obviously, spending the day doing this today and following this along with all of you. So yeah, it's been a cracking weekend so far. We've got that Desmond now between Pilgrim and Hunt. What else is going on? Tom Bissell takes the opening leg against Daniel Ayres, 1-0 up. He is there. Yeah, Nico's just spotted the SG as well. It's nice that is the that and there's the picture. I don't know if you can see the picture next to it, but it's the Highway to Hell tour, the AC/DC tour poster. Because that's the guitar that Angus played on that tour. That's not the guitar, but it's the same one. The very same. Adam Hunt doing well against the throw here, 90 points-ish ahead against the throw. Kevin Burness, 2-0 up on Nathan Potter. Quite a few Potter pickers. Potter pickers? That's what we're having, yeah. Where are the Potter pickers who picked Potter? Where are the people who picked Potter? There was a few of you in the chat room that thought he'd been doing well today. Have I played guitar for? Yeah, I started playing them when I was a kid, when I was in school. Probably, I was maybe about 10, 11. And then I got pushed further towards playing guitar because I went to Catholic school, lots of hymn singing. And I am a very, very bad singer, but incredibly enthusiastic, as you may have guessed. And it can be quite off-putting to everybody else when someone very, very bad sings very, very loud. I was encouraged to play guitar, really just to keep me out the way of ruining all the songs. Daryl Pilgrim finds a way to really overturn that, catch up the deficit, and now 3-2 ahead with that game back on shore. Andy Hamilton's keeping in it. He's just one behind, so he gets a leg back on Steve Hine. And Kevin Burness extending that lead. My word, this is some performance from Kevin Burness. 3-0 up now over Nathan Potter and averaging 109. My word, Kevin Burness is all about working his way through to a spot at the World Championships. What else is going on? Noble leg. We've gone to a decider. David Evans against Tommy Morris. 5-all there in the top 64. Andy Bolton. 4-0 up. He's getting a tough test. Michael Flynn averaging 90. Andy Bolton just motoring ahead, flying away. Ash Coleman is underway. I know there's a lot in the chat room following Ash today, and there'll be a few pleased if he manages to make it through to Alexandra Palace. Joe Croft 2-0 up, takes an early break from Jack Secular, the man who dispatched the Highlander. And very much, if you watch the highlight films, there can be only one. We are playing just for one spot today, guys. Tommy Morris beats David Evans 6-5 victory. David Evans will not be playing at the 2026 World Championships, as Adam Hunt wasted his opportunity here. And oh yes, he has. That's a costly miss for Adam Hunt there, because that's a break of throw to Darrell Pilgrim, who was 4-2 up. He's got the darts in hand now to try and go within one, but Pilgrim just nudging his way ahead of Adam Hunt. Steve Hine is one leg away from being the first man in the top 16 today, or the last 16 today. He's 5-3 ahead. He's got that break of throw in hand on Andy Hamilton. The Muffin Man is getting closer. Tom Bissell 2-1 ahead of Daniel Ayres. Chaz Barstow gets one back against George Killington. Killington's still 4-3 up there, but Chaz Barstow has got one back. Have I come down after Chris Dobie's excellent week? Yeah, a little bit. Obviously, it was good fun. That much needed. I think I've been as critical as anyone. I think, mainly because I want Chris to do well. I want him to win things. I'm a big fan, and I want to see him lift trophies up. So it's been a bit frustrating. I think sometimes some of the doubling, where we've seen him just maybe, or not get it right when the pressure's on, and just not hit those big doubles. And obviously we've seen him absolutely nail that this week, and book his spot at the slam. And I think I think we're on the up at the minute. Us Chris Dobie fans have got a lot to get excited about. Andy Bolton 5-0 up. Michael Flynn is continuing to increase his average and continuing to fall further and further behind. Poor lad must think, what the hell have I got to do to try and get a grip on Andy Bolton. Kevin Burness, are we about to put into the record books the first ton plus average of the day? Kevin Burness 5-0 ahead, averaging 101.5. It's a marvelous performance. Tom Bissell has got a break up on Daniel Ayres. He's 3-1 ahead now. And Joe Croft 3-0 up on Jack Secular. Oh, Andy Hamilton pulls one back. Steve Hine is having to work for this. But he does, because he's now throwing for the match, Steve Hine, and he opens with a 180. So Steve Hine opening with a 180, trying to get this match won against Andy Hamilton, and Adam Hunt opening with a 180 as he is fighting for his life. Adam Hunt will get another go, of course, to try and qualify, but he will want to get the job done today, and this is exactly the sort of leg that you need. But this is just, even there, it would just be a hold of throw if he can level this up. He's going to have to break Darrell Pilgrim. He'll have to break him twice if he wants to get through. But he will get 6 darts from 54. How many of those will he need? He only needs the 2 of them. Pop, 5-3. And Darrell Pilgrim now. A few people picked Pilgrim, I think, this morning. Obviously comes with a big pedigree. Pilgrim throwing for the match, and that is the way you want to start. He opens with a 180 standard has been really, really high in this one so far. I'm sorry, Michael, but the Joker isn't still in. He was my pick. That was John was my pick for today. And I'm afraid he went out in his opening match. Yeah, not ideal for fans of the Joker. I really thought he would go quite deep. And Ryan, just making sure again, we'll do this. I'm going to put something on the screen, I think. Yes, one qualifier from today's event. Great start from Adam Hunt, capitalizing on that trebleless visit. I'm just going to be back in 10 seconds, folks. I'm just going to run into the room. Back! That was nice and quick, wasn't it? Oh, that's a ridiculous. Just think, MODUS Super Series session. Behave. There's lots of Supercars holders here. Loads of them. Darryl Pilgrim has got some match starts incoming. Perhaps if Adam Hunt can't get rid of this 38, he really needs this breaker throw to stay alive in this qualifier in that feature game. Oh, he does as well. Oh, this is getting interesting now because Adam Hunt now on throw to try and level this game up and force a noble leg. And a big 140 is a great start, isn't it? That's a great start. So we have got 2 players already with a spot in the last 16. Steve Hine and Andy Bolton. Yes, 2 bigger names, established names that we probably could expect to run quite deep, perhaps in a tournament like this. Colin Osborne, 4-0 up. 11 years, 12 years since we've seen Colin Osborne at a PDC World Championship. Could Colin Osborne, that would be an amazing story, an amazing comeback story if Colin Osborne can qualify for the World Championships. Mike Warburton, 4-3 up on Keenan Thomas in that all Welsh affair. The Welsh derby on board 15. Adrian Gray levels up against Ashley Coleman. That is a Desmond. It's 2-2 on that one. I think we did say Ash Coleman was going to get a tougher test in the second round. His opponent averaging just 67, I think, in his opening game. So, yeah, he's being made to work much, much harder in this top 32 game. Tom Bissell just won away now, 5-2 ahead. And that, what on earth has happened there? Darryl Pilgrim had an opportunity there to pull away from Adam Hunt. 49, just slack visits here. 40, 43, 49. Not quite good enough. Not quite good enough. Five or 1-1-5 goes for Adam Hunt, and this is from looking like Darryl Pilgrim was home and dry, 5-2 up. It's now right on the wire, and he's going to need a 97. Is not bad for his opening visit, but he would have wanted, hoped, and expected to have done an awful lot better than that. 1, 2, 3, probably again doesn't quite put Adam Hunt in the driving seat in this leg. It keeps it probably with Pilgrim on the initiative, but that could be the wrong time to have a traveller's visit. Joe Croft, elsewhere in the top 32, goes 5-1 ahead of Jack Sekula, and Adrian Gray goes ahead of Ashley Coleman. Adrian Gray 3-2 up. James, my pick's out, I'm afraid. My pick was the Joker, John O'Shea, and I'm afraid to say he went out in the opening round. I think most of the other people I talked up and talked about their chances have gone out as well. Colin Osborne 5-0 up now in his game. Scott Campbell 2-0 up against Conor Heenahan. Again, the Scottish fans are running out of hopes today. They do, however, already have Andy Bolton through, and Tom Bissell books his spot as well. Tom Bissell is in the last 16. Colin Osborne, I think we all knew, was going to get over the line there. Gets over the line. Darrell Pilgrim 1-5-3 for the match. This would be monstrous. And that is slack as well. Not only does he not take it out, but he doesn't put the amount of pressure on Adam Hunt that he wanted to. I mean, let's be honest, the 110 could go. Adam Hunt down to 85. You feel like this needs to go for Darrell Pilgrim. There is pressure on it. Just one qualifier today, Max. Just one of these players. Wow. If Adam Hunt gets this 85 and comes back from 5-2 behind, very impressive, especially with the averages both these players have posted. Joe Croft wins 6-1. Oh, man. Oh, no. Darrell Pilgrim, right. We like Darrell anyway, but he's not a Geordie, is he? 70 to book his spot in the last 32. Or is it? Yeah, it is. Last 32. Doesn't go. 25 for Adam Hunt. Oh, this is a right carry on. The tenseness, the pressure is getting to both players. We are seeing missed double after missed double at 5 each just for a spot in the last 32. And Darrell Pilgrim finally gets that job done. 6-5 victory there. That was a real tough one. Pressure from both players. I think that sets up a meeting with Colin Osborne, potentially. I think we'll go to Ash Coleman. I know there's a lot of people in. That is a secret Middlesbrough fan. That is about as I'm going to go with that as the most wrong statement that's been in the chat room all day today. And there's been some bloody rubbish in that today. No, I'm a Newcastle fan, and if I'm not supporting Newcastle and I come down the league system, then it's Hartlepool United. I had a season ticket at Hartlepool for 10 years or so because I couldn't afford to go and watch Newcastle. But no, it's Newcastle United, followed by Pools. 3-3. Ashley Coleman did manage to level this up. He's probably a little bit off the pace. I mean, Christ, that is off. I mean, yeah, that is off the pace, I'm afraid. Needed a little bit more there because he's going to have to break the throw of Adrian Gray. And that's not going to do it. What have we got warming up? Oh, that is a cracking game warming up. The last 32, Thomas Lovely and Darrell Pilgrim. Steve West wins 6-4 against Aidan Kirk. He's in to the last 32. We might see a little bit of lag in some of these games getting started now because we've got players through to the last 16 whilst their opponents or the people that end up playing are still playing their round of 64 games. We haven't got any round of 64 games to play, I don't think, after the 3 that are ongoing. So once, and Jacob Gwynn gets one done. So that was another one ticked off and complete against Simon Stothart. 6-2 victory there. So we've got Mike Warburton and Keenan Thomas in that Welsh derby. And we've got Scott Campbell and Conor Heenahan. And I think once those 2 on your screen are completed, then that brings the round of 64 to a close. And we are slowly but surely working through the 16 games that we will have in the top 32. 2. Ash Coleman way behind in this one. Few slack visits in the middle there. Is going to give Adrian Gray plenty of opportunities. He comes back for double 8. How many darts is it going to take him to get rid of it? Conor Heenan gets one back. He was 3-0 behind. He's just 3-1 now. He gets an extra one. They haven't given him a 5-minute breather. No, they're not giving him much of a breather at all. Yeah, they are under orders to power through at a spectacular pace. I'm not complaining about it though. It's keeping us busy. It's giving us plenty to watch. There's plenty of action. So yeah, let's just enjoy it while we can. Adrian Gray 4-3 up. It feels like he's just keeping Ash Coleman at arm's length in this one. Coleman's just not able really to have an impact on Gray's throw, and he's going to need to break his throw at some point in order to get through this game. It is a Desmond in the game between Rhys Griffin and Jack Mail. It is 2-2 in that one, and we are underway. Hartlepool's own Robert Grundy against Tommy Morris in their last 32 game. It's a little bit better from Ash Coleman. We're not seeing that treble hit as regular or as often as, first of all, we know he can, and second of all, that he is going to need to if he's to get through to the latter stages of this tournament. Jay Webb, I think Tom Bissell will qualify. Yeah, 100%. Tom's played very, very well recently. I think you're right in terms of his form increasing. I think he's on an upward trajectory in terms of where his game is at. And, in isolation, like he's played some lovely darts today. That last game against Daniel Ayres, dispatched a 91 average, 6-2 really comfortably. The victory against John O'Shea, he's sort of back-to-back 90-plus averages, which is, again, in this company, probably gonna do all right in this field. So Tom Bissell could be a really good pick. Ash Coleman on throw, trying to level up this game here. Again, I think there's just too many treble-less visits from Ash in this one. Jack Mail goes one ahead of Rhys Griffin, 3-2 in that one. Bit of a sloppy performance from both so far. If either one of them can put something together, then they'll probably race to the finish line. Rob Grundy takes the opener against Tommy Morris. Scott Campbell 4-1 ahead. Now that game is a mile behind. They are running a bit slow on that board, but Scott Campbell doing all he can to try and bring that round of 64 to conclusion and get the job done against Conor Heenan. That last game there, as Ash Coleman does in fact level up. But like we said, he's going to need to find a break of throw. Tom is in the chat room. If I was more technical, see, this is the problem, because I don't use this system a lot. When you see me on here, normally, I'm not clicking things. I'm not clicking buttons and moving things and putting stuff on screens. It's someone else does that. Today, it's all me. So we're a bit limited on what we can actually see and do and things. So, but I should put something, I wish I could have something rolling across the screen to say one person, the Highlander, who has already gone out, I'm afraid, in his opening game. There can be only just one man will come through today's qualifier and seal a place in the 2026 PDC World Darts Championships, along with the minimum of £15,000. £15,000 losers' money. So whilst there isn't technically a prize for today, you don't win today and get a check at the end of the day. Even if you lose in the first round at the World Championships, you get 15 Gs. So there is technically a big lump of money at the end of the day today for one of these players. It does make it exciting, doesn't it, Tom? Yeah, it is, because not quite often as well. I always find it a little bit underwhelming when we do streams and watch-alongs for the qualifying events, because you sort of play your way through a tournament and then, like, you know, we get to the quarterfinals and it stops and you think, oh, we were only playing for this many players to get through, and it can feel a bit like you haven't actually seen a proper tournament, you haven't seen something, whereas we will get today, you know, we'll get this through to completion. We will see quarterfinals and semi-finals and a final, and we will see a victor, and that final will be pretty tense because, you know, that final is a big prize, a huge prize, especially to some of the names that are in the field today. The opportunity for some of these guys to play in the World Championships. And the game's 92 for Adrian Gray. Adrian Gray's played some lovely stuff today. He is just one away now, and Ash Coleman is going to have to win back-to-back legs. A hold and then a break is the only way that he stays in this tournament, and he keeps his chances alive to play on that famous stage at the Palace. Don't forget, the tour card holders get another go. They can come back on the 24th of November and try and qualify. But for those who aren't holding a tour card, this is their opportunity. Of course, we can have a little shout out, James. Fia and Odin, hi guys. Hope you're having a lovely day. I forget. Oh, it's 1:30, isn't it? Yeah, kids might be watching. I have to remember. Have I been swearing? I don't think I have. I don't think I've been swearing. I'll try not to. It's a bit early in the day for swearing anyway, isn't it? But I am known to slip in a few gems on the stream. So, yeah, I'll do my best, especially if the kids are watching. Rob Grundy, 2-1 behind. Tommy Morris just edges in front as Adrian Gray edges towards the finishing line. In this one, not big enough, you think, for Ash Coleman, because Adrian Gray now can set this up from 166. How close can he get? That's a big visit. That is a lovely visit. Adrian Gray, ton, 130 ton. Ash Coleman, nothing he can do here other than puts around. That is big pressure, to be fair. It's about the most pressure he could have got onto that. 168. That's a gorgeous visit from Ashley Coleman, leaving 88. But if Adrian Gray takes out 66, then that was all for nothing. And he does. He takes the 66 in 2 darts. Adrian Gray moves forward to the last 16, and the hopes of Ash Coleman and his fans of him making it through to Alexandra Palace are dashed. And I think that's the feature game, isn't it? Do we sort of all agree? I think so. That's the best one, I think, that's ongoing. It's just at the beginning. So, yeah, I think Shane McGurk and George Killington is a cracking game for us to focus upon. Scott Campbell and Conor Heenan, I don't know what's going on in this game. But by God, are they going slow? I don't think I've watched Scott Campbell play before. Is he a particularly slow player? I don't think Conor Heenan's particularly slow, is he? Lots of these games just getting started now in the top 32. We are starting to build a picture of what the last 16 is going to look like. We've got 5 players confirmed so far in that last 16. Tom Bissell, Adrian Gray, Joe Croft, Steve Hine, and Andy Bolton. They are the 5. We need 11 more. And those 11 games, those 11 players are all in front of your screen now, because they're all either playing a match currently or they're warming up. Can we just get Scott Campbell and Conor Heenan to close, please? Yeah, it's not even that the averages are bobbins and that they're missing everything. It's just the pace, I think, is unbearably slow. Conor Heenan, though, needs to take out 80 to extend this game further. He doesn't. So Scott Campbell, 5-2 ahead, has got 3 darts at 60 to take the match and a spot in the last 32 and bring this round of 64 to a conclusion. He's going to get, you'd expect him to get 2 match darts. He needs 3 darts to get it done, but Scott Campbell takes out the 60. He's a 6-2 winner over Conor Heenahan, and that brings the round of 64 to a close. So at just 25 past 1, we are flying today. Absolutely flying. Rob Grundy's got a lot to do. 3-1 behind Tommy Morris now. Tommy Morris averaging over 91. Motoring very nicely. We've got a Desmond on board 12. Lee Cox and Kevin Burness. That could be a canny game. And you can all see it on the feature game. Shane McGurk takes the opening leg against George Killington. That was a break of throw. But just at the minute, Killington looking the more likely to nick that break back, perhaps. A couple of slack visits from both players. Rhys Griffin and Jack Mail 4 each. And Scott Campbell, we've just seen him victorious over Conor Heenahan. And that game, you'll see there, that next game is just warming up on board 16 against Lee Budge. And that is the very last round of 32 game to get underway. All the other games in the round of 32 are either underway or they're complete. You think they'll want to get that over with nice and quick. Scott Campbell, I don't think, is going to be given a huge amount of time to turn this around or to get a break between them. They'll want to keep everything coming. They certainly look that way today. Steve West is a break down. David Davies 2-0 up, the Welshman. Rhys Griffin, another Welshman playing, as I've just noticed. We've got Mike Warburton underway as well at the very top of the screen. But Rhys Griffin 5-4. He's just 1 away from a spot in the last 16. That game against Jack Mail. And Henry Coates 1-0 up. Just nicks that first leg from Mike Warburton. Thomas Lovely takes the opener against Darrell Pilgrim. And we are flying, folks, because we are now, you'll notice on your screen, we've got a game warming up in the last 16. We've got a game warming up in the last 16. Joe Croft and Steve Hine. Rob Grundy, it's time running out now for the man from Hartlepool. It's Tommy Morris, 5-1 ahead. Just 1 away. Mark is asking, who do I think win the event? Who wins from here? Who wins from here, Mark? Get your predictions in the chat room as well. Who does everybody think wins? Do you know? I feel a bit. It's tough to pick someone who's playing at the minute, isn't it? But I saw quite a lot that I liked when we had the feature game between Darrell Pilgrim and Adam Hunt, and I saw enough that makes me say Darrell Pilgrim. I was topping it up, to be honest. It's a toss-up between Pilgrim and Andy Bolton as the two that I think I've probably seen the most from today. But there's so many that are capable. Shane McGurk, look at the leg he's having here. Shane McGurk and George Killington are both capable. 87 goals for Shane McGurk. There's another break of throw. We've had 3 breaks of throw in a row in this feature game. Bonkers prediction. Osborne, yeah. I'd love it. Like, I would love it if a fellow Teessider got through to the World Championships, but I don't know if some of these other guys are going to have too much, perhaps, for Colin Osborne. And you know, he has played well today, but the 6-0 victory over Dylan Dowling was against an average of 61. Now, if your opponent is averaging 61, it takes the shine off a 6-0 victory. You know, it does take the shine off a 6-0 victory. Do you know, Aaron? It hasn't actually been discussed much. I think it was noted in the chat room, but we haven't really talked about it much. Yeah, £90 entry fee. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan at all. And again, because you've also got to get there. Most of this is the pool of players, if you like, that aren't making millions out of darts. The field that we've got today, these aren't the players at the top end of the game. These are people not in the top 80, and they're associate members. There are trying, or they have tried to obtain a tour card unsuccessfully. So yeah, and I appreciate, we need to make sure that the venue's hired and the markers are paying all the other different things that we need to do. But yeah, I'm not a fan of £90 entry fee. Not when you've got to travel to Wigan, and I don't know if you'd stay in a hotel. You probably wouldn't want to. But yeah, not a fan. Not a fan at all. And again, yeah, perhaps it keeps the numbers down. Perhaps you control. You only get people who are serious about it going. But yeah, I'm not a fan of it. Tom's picked Reece Griffin. Not a bad pick. Not a bad pick at all. What else is happening? Let's have a quick look. Tommy Morris gets that victory, 6-2 winner over Robert Grundy, and Hartlepool's hopes of being represented at the World Championships are dashed. Desperately sad that we won't have Hartlepool represented. Is it a World Championship, really? If we aren't representing Hartlepool? I don't think so. Shane McGurk 3-1 up. We did finally get a hold of throw in this game. Shane McGurk against George Killington. It's both of them chugging along well at this point. Tommy Lishman 3-1 up on Andrew Cass, looking to book a spot in the last 16, and Daryl Pilgrim levelling up. We have a Desmond on board 4 as Daryl Pilgrim plays Thomas Lovely. It's busy, isn't it? It's right busy. I like it though. Colin Osborne and Joe Hunt also in a Desmond, board 3. Oh, them on board 3. Does that mean that, yeah, I'm not sure that I'm not sure I can have your Osborne pick if he's then got to also play the winner of Pilgrim and Lovely. I think he's got a really tough route if Colin Osborne is going to get there. But averaging 90, level with Joe Hunt at the minute, so it's not looking bad for the man from Teesside. David Davies 4-1 up on Steve West, averaging over 103. It's a superb performance so far from the Welshman. Really cracking performance. Some tough games in that last 16, isn't there? Reece Griffin and Andy Bolton. That is a tough game for both players. Jeff's down in the studio. Yeah, I mean, open invite to Jeff to come and join us on here. If Jeff's, I assume he's watching. Why wouldn't he be? He either wanted to know if Rob Grundy was getting through to the World Championships, wouldn't he? Yeah, you can come and join us on here if you want. I can put another little box on the screen so you can chat about darts for the afternoon. Tommy Lishman 4-1 up on Andrew Cass, just getting away there, getting his foot down and racing towards the finish line. Colin Osborne just lifting that average, getting 3-2 ahead. There was a 10-point gap in the average when it went 2-all, with Osborne 10 points behind Joe Hunt, but he's just swinging that around a little bit. And Osborne is looking good at the minute, moving forwards towards that finish line. Big visit from Shane McGurk there in the feature game, capitalising on the treble-less opening visit of George Killington. And Shane McGurk. Again, we've seen Shane's name mentioned a lot in the chat room today. Irishman, I suppose an interesting player to be here at the qualifier today, because we know he's got history in the other code. He is a former WDF World Champion 2024. Obviously, he wouldn't be going for that title again if he is successful. Young Master Simpson's in the chat room. Young Billy is watching, perhaps from his bedroom. I'd love to wrap this up in the next hour or so before I go out and watch the Northern League. Yeah, Rob, I think you're probably going to get to see it. It's the way that they are moving through and the speed at which we're getting through games. They've caught some up even on that that board that was really slow and really far behind everyone, with Scott Campbell and Lee Budgeon just getting underway on board 16. But we now are fully underway. Everything in the round of 32 is underway. We've got games warming up in the last 16. So yeah, I think you might get to see. Just out of interest, Rob, I know you're not too far from me up in the northeast. Who's your Northern League team? Who do you watch when you go out? Yeah, Steve Hine. I think quite a lot of people, Aaron, would like to see Steve Hine get through it. My young'un who's in the chat room, he's actually playing darts at the minute. I think he might be in the other room playing darts actually, but he plays with Muffin Man flights. He does play with Steve Hine flights because he quite likes the design on them. So yeah, I think there's a lot of people that will be happy to see Steve at the World Championships. Big opening visit from Shane McGurk there, 180 again, capitalising on a slightly. It's not a slack, but he's just doing the right things, I think, Shane McGurk. And when George Killington presents an opportunity, he seems to just keep reaching out and grabbing it. Joe Hunt levels up 3-3 against Colin Osborne. West Auckland. Yeah. I know what you mean. I wasn't too far from there the other day. One of my youngest lad was at a cricket camp. It's half term and the kids have been off, so he was at cricket camp over at Newton Aycliffe, which I don't think is too far from that part of the world, is it? Certainly felt like it when you drive over there because you see all the signs. Lee Cox, one away from a spot in the last 16, 5-4 up on Kevin Burness. That's been a nice one so far. David Davies, that average has just dropped below a ton, but he will care nothing for that. He will not be bothered because what he will care about is the fact that he is only one leg away from a spot in the next round. 5-1 up on Steve West. Scott Campbell takes the opening leg in that game with Lee Budgeon. Carl Wilson one away, and we are, this last 16 is just starting to really take shape now. We are starting to really narrow down the list of potential 2026 PDC World Darts Championship players. Shane McGurk there, one away, gets rid of 25 in 2 darts, 9-8-8. And he's just one away. That was a break of throw as well for McGurk. Yeah, again, I'm just cycling back on that because I got a bit sidetracked. But Shane McGurk, yeah, I think interesting to see him there because obviously if he qualifies, then his presence there tells me there isn't a decision to make for him. If he qualifies for the Palace, he's going to the Palace. But obviously there is a big name perhaps to be missing from the WDF World Championships. If he does come through this and gets out, so it's one more big name, big name in among the names they have available to them to play in the WDF World Championship that won't be there if he gets through this. So yeah, they're 2024 champion choosing to go elsewhere. Carl Wilson 6-1 winner, and Henry Coates getting his foot down, racing to the finish line, 5-1 up against Mike Warburton. That's 9 of the top 16 now confirmed, and we're underway again. Not messing. They are not waiting around for other games to be finished. They are just getting on with it. And Joe Croft and Steve Hine underway in the last 16, playing for a spot in the top 8. These two are getting closer and closer and closer to the opportunity of a lifetime. To be rude or anything, but is your favourite show this year? No, it's not. The Sopranos. It's the greatest TV show ever made. And if you think different, you are wrong. There is not a better TV show that has ever been made than The Sopranos. George Killington fighting to stay in this. And he does so with a break of throw. Pulls a leg back, but he can't make a mistake from here. He can't lose a leg from here. George Killington, big start though, 1-2-5. Shane McGurk can't find a treble. Cannot find a treble. Shane McGurk. Colin Osborne behind now. Joe Hunt. 4-3. Hunt leads. And Kevin Burness forces a noble leg. We've got a decider. It's 5-all between Lee Cox and Kevin Burness. Yes, Adrian Gray in the last 16, Marcus. He's there, but he's got a job on his hands, because you'll see at the bottom of the screen there, warming up that game that is going to be on board number 1 against Tom Bissell. And Tom Bissell has played some really good darts today, and I think that is going to be a really tough test for Adrian Gray. I think it's going to be a tough game to come through. Joe Hunt now just one away, accelerating away, takes a break up. And Colin Osborne, and that could be Teesside's final hope today. Up against it. Steve Hine takes the opening leg. It looks like they've farted right around in that one. Averages way down. It looks like they've struggled, both of them, to pinch a double. George Killington needs to find. He can't do anything with that 118. So Shane McGurk, 67 for the match as Lee Cox books his spot. He is there, defeats Kevin Burness in the deciding leg, and he's got his spot in the last 16, as has Shane McGurk. That's 67 goals in 3 darts. And the 2024 WDF World Champion is one step closer to being able to compete for a different World Championship. Where we should go to the last 16, shouldn't we? Shall we go? Shall we watch the Muffin Man? We've not had him on a feature game yet today, have we? Steve Hine and Joe Croft we haven't had on a feature game yet. So let's pick this one. And we will pay close attention to this while I do my best to keep you all up to date with what's happening elsewhere. Just the one qualifier, Aaron, just one. We are playing all the way through to just one winner. We're playing quarterfinals and semi-finals and a final. That game is going to be huge for somebody, because they are going to guarantee themselves a spot at the 2026 PDC World Darts Championship, as well as the bare minimum sum of £15,000, which is first round losers money at this year's World Darts Championships. If they win just one game on that stage, then they'll get up to 25 grand. So, there is whilst you're not handed a check at the end of today, you have both Daryl Pilgrim, 6-3 winner. You have both the opportunity and the security in knowing you've at least got 15 grand. So, yeah, that is a result there, as Daryl Pilgrim confirms his place in the last 16. 6-3 win over Thomas Lovely. And that was my pick when we re-picked after the balmy first round. Colin Osborne is gone, I'm afraid. That's the last T-sider standing, is no longer standing. And Joe Hunt wins 6-3. Just had too much there for the man from Middlesbrough. Tom Bissell and Adrian Gray on the way. So yeah, we are motoring. We've got lots of cool games starting out. Yeah, after we had a rather chaotic opening round where we lost a lot of big names. We lost, who did we lose in the first one? We lost John Henderson. We lost Richie Burnett. We lost Robert Thornton. We lost the Joker John O'Shea. There were a lot of big names out in the opening round. It was a bit chaotic. Thick and fast those results came. It was busy. Difficult for me to keep track. However, there are still some big names remaining. There's still a lot of very, very talented dart players remaining. Henry Coatston. So now, and this board 16 is catching up now because we've only got one game remaining in the round of 32, and they are, well, potentially in the back end of it, unless Lee Budgeon can snaffle a few legs quickly off Scott Campbell. Steve Hine in our feature game, keeping things on throw. 2-1 up. Yeah, Jamie, he's not got a day off. Phil doesn't have days off, does he? It just means he's doing something. He's just working, the hardest working man in darts. Yeah, he's got, I think he's traveling around exhibitions. He's got quite a bit of content to gather and people to speak to. So I can't remember if he had an exhibition this afternoon and this evening, or whether he was one last night and tonight and traveling. But yeah, he's done a lot of streaming this week. And also, I never get the chance to do these anymore because I used to do a lot of the Pro Tour streams. Phil and I would be, talking through everything that was going on in the qualifiers. And then they changed the rules on me and made it so that they all happened on a weekday. And I have a grown-ups job, like a proper job with a pension and things. And I can't. I've also got 3 kids, so I can't burn all my holidays on doing Pro Tour streams. So it's a long time since I've been able to do one of these. So the fact that we've got something on a weekend that we can do a bit of a watch along show is really cool. So I jumped at the chance once I knew that Phil was a bit busy today. Steve Hine, the break of throw, 3-1 ahead. The Muffin Man, he's played some lovely stuff today, and I don't know anybody that wouldn't be pleased to see the Muffin Man get through to the World Championships. I don't know why every game Scott Campbell is involved in takes so bloody long. It's torturous. 3-2. Lee Budgeon, break of throw. Budgeon throwing to try and level up that game. The last round of 32 game. Elsewhere, Steve Hine is 3 away from a spot in the last 8, in the quarterfinals, no less. And that visit, 180 followed by a 140, is putting him ever closer. Yeah, I think you're right, Jamie. That one is going to be over pretty quick. It'll be a bit. I think the first round will be a bit weird as well because the numbers are going to be peculiar, aren't they? Because of the way they're going to have to run the brackets and how many players are going to be involved. So I think we'll see some buys in the first round in order to get us into something that looks like a bracket. And yeah, because they're playing for 5 spots, a couple of hours at most. And I don't think we're going to be going on too late today. I certainly don't think we're still going to be talking through who we think is going to get to the Palace come 6-7 o'clock today. It's not like a Pro Tour stream where we're waiting for things to get started. They are pressing ahead at great speed. Yeah, I wish time. Yeah, the grown-up job. So it does sound like a waste of time. Unfortunately, though, however, this is, I know that for some people, doing this sort of thing is, is their job. It's sort of what they do and how they pay their bills. Not for me. Like, it's just, but no, not for me. I'm afraid I need to keep the mortgage paid, which means I have to, have a proper 9 to 5. So this is very much. A hobby does it a bit of a disservice because it's more than a hobby, but it's not my job. It's not my job. Yes, Nico 1 qualifies. Again, if I could, I think there's a way. Let me have a look. There's got to be. Let me. Do you know what? I think I can. Let's have a look. Edit that. One. Right. I am very much learning as I go to use this software. But hey, there we go. I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop. I think answering the questions on it, and I'm just going to hit that button whenever I need to. There we go. Look at that. One player will qualify for the 2026 PDC World Championships. Hey. Do you know what? You've no idea how happy I am that I've been able to do that. I'm so limited in terms of my technical ability with this software. Steve Hine edges again. 4-2 up, just maintains that break of throw and keeps himself the most likely player, I think, of all these ongoing games to get through to the top 8 first. Tom Bissell 1 ahead of Adrian Gray, 2-1 up he is there. Andy Bolton has taken the first leg, 1-0 up against Rhys Griffin, and David Davies and Tommy Morris are just underway. Nothing on the board there just yet. The signed cricket bat, Rob. So that is from T20 Blast Finals Day 2024, signed by the 4 captains. It's actually not technically mine. It's my young lad Billy's. So we ended up, because mad things always happen to me, and I end up in unusual situations. So after this, between the semi-finals and the final at Edgbaston, I ended up on the pitch. I ended up on the pitch being interviewed with Billy with me, and he was sort of presented with that prize. So yeah, it's a 2024 T20 Blast Finals Day team captains. And if that's what you're into, if you're into that, then make sure you do check out a couple of the team here at Online Darts have a bit of a side project, the T20 Blast podcast. Jarlath and Cam, definitely worth a listen. If you're a cricket fan, if you enjoy the T20 Blast, then I would recommend that you check out their pod from wherever you get your pods from. David Davies has took the opening leg against Tommy Morris, 1-0 up. He is there. Steve Hine looking to get rid of 76 to maintain. Oh, he doesn't. So Joe Croft with an opportunity to break back and fight his way back into this one. You feel like this is a big opportunity that he really has to grasp, because how many more chances will Joe Croft get? And he can't take advantage of it. So Steve Hine comes back with 3 for 40 to go, and he does. He only needs 1 dart. It goes straight in. There can be no mistakes from Joe Croft at all. Now he needs to win 4 legs on the spin. Steve Hine is almost at the finishing line, as is Tom Bissell. Tom's played some great darts today. He's 4-1 up, averaging just shy of 95. Yeah, James, I honestly, it's genuinely miraculous how long these games are taking. I mean, mind you, it was a gorgeous leg from Scott Campbell. He went 140, 140, 140, 81. Like, that was a lovely looking leg. 5-3 up now, Scott Campbell. That was a break of throw. So just one hold for Scott Campbell will bring that last 32 to a conclusion. Tries to catch us back up on that board. Scott Campbell hasn't had very much time between matches at all today, but that is because his games have been running so far behind. I think they're just desperately trying to catch him back up with everybody else. Reece Griffin 2-1 up on Andy Bull, and this is a better leg from Joe Croft, but he hasn't got a choice now but to have top legs. He's down to 54 with Hine back on 261. Just about whether or not Steve Hine can apply some pressure. That's not a lot of pressure. You expect Joe Croft just to extend it, but. He's got to win everything from here. Steve Hine needs just one more leg. We've got 2 more games off and running in this last 16. Joe Hunt and Darryl Pilgrim have got started, as have Kyle Wilson and Lee Cox. Shane McGurk just warming up against Tommy Lishman. Thoughts on making a World Series events ranked like that? I desperately do not want World Series events to be ranked. I mean, I'm fine with the World Series. I quite like it. I quite enjoy it. I don't dislike the World Series finals, really, as long as you accept it for what it is, which is an exhibition. It shouldn't be ranked. World Series events shouldn't be ranked, nor should the World Series finals be ranked, in my opinion. I think it's silly. I like it. I like watching virtually. There's not many types of darts I don't enjoy. I think there's potential in it for some rogue results, and it can manifest a bit of chaos, and I quite like that. But do I think that World Series events should be ranked? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But especially because I think they're going to get wackier. Because if we go international a bit, if we go and we come up with some silly ideas about having different boards and things like that, then absolutely never in a million years, let's do that. Finally, in the words of the Rock, Scott Campbell, 6-3 win. Scott Campbell, he's taking his time about it, but he is continuing to get the job done. And whilst he's not getting the job done quickly, he is getting it done, and he gets himself through to the last 16. Yeah, I get time, but it's sort of chicken and egg, I think that. There is a qualifier for the World Series finals, which is a reason, you could say, is a reason it can be ranked. But I would argue that they only have the qualifier in order to justify having it as a ranking event. Like, I think, in order for them to have it as a ranking event, they have that qualifier. And I just think, well, it shouldn't be that. It shouldn't be ranked. Steve Hine, 6-3 winner over Joe Croft. And Steve Hine is the first player confirmed in the last 8. Steve Hine has made a really, really good show of things. The average wasn't spectacular in that game, but it was a cracking victory, and he finds himself very, very close. Right, who have we not had? Who should we go with? I think we should go with Kyle Wilson and Lee Cox. Kyle Wilson, he's made a cracking start to this leg. 140, 180, Lee Cox. Just with that trebleless visit, which is not how you want to follow an opponent's 180. Lovely leg. 81 after 9 for Carl Wilson. And then that last, so we're underway in all of our top 16 games, but the one warming up is that game involving Scott Campbell, who's only just finished his round of 32 match. But once we get that game underway with Henry Copes and Scott Campbell, we are then Not waiting for anything else. In top 16, we do already have one player confirmed in the last 8, who is Steve Hine. Rhys Griffin and Tom Bissell are just edging their way closer to join him. Griffin 3-1 up on Andy Bolton as David Davies makes it 3-1 on Tommy Morris. Tom Bissell just allowing Adrian Gray back into that one a little bit. He was well ahead in that one. I think was he 3-1 up? I mean 4-1 up, in fact, Tom Bissell. And just Adrian Gray just creeping back into that. 4-3 up Bissell is now, but he will not want to get dragged into a back and forth here with Adrian Gray. He'll just want to get moving forward towards that finishing line. Shane McGurk levels up against Tommy Lishman. 1-1 that game is. We'll start to see soon as well. Once these round of 16 games start to complete, we will be able to plot the last few rounds. We will see who's going to meet each other in the quarterfinals and then what we think these potential semi-finals are going to look like. And some of you will have a clear idea as to who you think is going to be the last man standing at the end. And Tom Bissell does maintain that break of throw over Adrian Gray, 5-3. He's just one away now from becoming the second man in the last 8. I tell you what, it brings me great joy to see in the chat room lots and lots and lots of common sense as people agree with me that ranking the World Series is absurd. Again, I have nothing against the World Series. I quite like it. I quite like some of them. But I think to rank it is bizarre. 3-1, Kyle Wilson, motoring ahead. Just shy of a 100 average. Lee Cox way off the pace here, lagging back. Shane McGurk averaging 104. 2-1 up on Tommy Lishman. We are, folks, and again, this is probably a symptom of where the field has come from to fill up all these spots today, and why people are involved in this qualifier. But we haven't seen a ton plus average yet today. We've seen a few people with one floating around. We've seen a few ton plus averages mid-game. Nobody has yet got to the end of a match and maintained it. Shane McGurk could be doing that. Tom Bissell gets the job done. He is victorious against Adrian Gray. 6-3 victory there. He becomes the second player in the last 8 quarterfinals, we'll call them. Rhys Griffin is edging closer and closer. Andy Bolton. Five one up Rhys Griffin is now. Kyle Wilkinson. Ooh, and Lee Cox just pegs him back a little bit. I was about to say Kyle Wilkinson could be coming back for tops to extend his lead. But that was a break of throw for Lee Cox. And whilst he's been way off the pace in terms of averages, might have just done the right things at the right time, although that trebleless visit perhaps not so much. But still just a hold of throw away from levelling it up, Lee Cox, even where we had a decent spell with a 20-point gap in the averages. Rhys Griffin pops in a 140. Rhys Griffin to get down to 246. Big response though. Andy Bolton has gone 134 and 140. He's down to 167. See if Rhys Griffin can apply any pressure, because Andy Bolton's got to win every leg from here. He's going to have to win 5 in a row, and he's going to have to start with this one. He's going to have to break the throw of Rhys Griffin here. He gets down to 70 though, Andy Bolton. Rhys Griffin back on 148. So the 148 would book his spot in the next round. Andy Bolton quite handily placed on 70 to come back for it. And he will, because Rhys Griffin can only hit an 85, gets himself down to 67. So Bolton coming back for 70 to try and keep the dream alive. Still just waiting. And Andy Bolton does. He picks a leg up, and that was a break of throw as well. So Andy Bolton just trying to work his way back into this game, but he cannot make a mistake from here. He's let Rhys Griffin get so close to the finishing line. He's got to get every leg. Shane McGurk 3-2 up on Tommy Lishman. The Irishman, 2024 WDF World Champion, looking to try find a way to get to the PDC World Championship to make his debut. He's never played at Alexandra Palace before. We've seen him I think in terms of PDC events, I think all we've seen Shane McGurk is a couple of UK Open. A couple of UK Opens, which I think first round exits for both of them. So, we haven't seen Shane make any inroads really into the PDC television tournaments. But, yeah, big opportunity for him here. Darryl Pilgrim, another player for whom this is a big opportunity. 3-2 up, Joe Hunt clawing his way back. It's going to start to get a bit tense as these numbers just start to shrink down, fewer and fewer names left in. There are some that will be able to now plot a route through to the final. Who do we think is? And then we're off there. So Henry Coates and Scott Campbell's now off and running. So, last 16, everything underway. We are very soon going to be down to just our quarterfinalists. Who are we picking for me then, folks, in the chat room? Who do we think? I'm sticking with my pick, Darryl Pilgrim. I think, again, we're not seeing monster levels from him. Carl Wilson here, double 10, and he takes it first start into double 10, 5-2 ahead. Again, Lee Cox, no mistakes from here. He's going to win 4 legs in a row. Oh, the dream is done for this year. Tommy Morris keeping just one away from David Davies. Scott, just tuned in. Where have you been? We've been here for 2 hours and 8.5 minutes. We've been here for. You are 2 hours and 8.5 minutes late, Scott. You missed some. It's been cracking, to be honest. We've seen some big, very famous names going out very early. We've seen some good, solid performances. And sooner or later, we're going to see somebody book a spot at the 2026 PDC World Darts Championship. Match darts for Rhys Griffin, and he's missed them. So Andy Bolton comes back for 25. It is just a hold of throw, though, but it does keep him in this match. He takes the 25 out. So multiple match darts missed by Rhys Griffin, just not quite yet able to get over this finish line. But it's back on throw, and Rhys Griffin has the darts in hand now to try and get through to that last 8. Carl Wilson could secure it with a big fish here. He doesn't take the big fish out, but it's a mountain to climb now for Lee Cox, and it's difficult to see how he can stay in this. Rhys Griffin throwing for the match here, but can't find a treble in his opening visit. Just a 60 here. And if he gets broken again, he could have gone from 5-1 up to looking potentially less likely, but Andy Bolton doesn't capitalise. Only 51. Carl Wilson playing really, really well here. Double 10, which is what he won the last leg on. And he did it in one dart, and he does it in one dart again there. Carl Wilson again with that first dart straight into double 10. Carl Wilson is in the last 8. Now, again, Kyle Wilson, who knows, if you are in the chat room and you know about Kyle Wilson, tell us all about him, will you? He's not somebody who I'm hugely familiar with. I know that he's ranked 40th on the Challenge Tour. Therefore, not somebody who I would generally expect to be gracing the stage of Alexandra Palace, but he's playing his way into contention. Scott, you've asked the question, and you will find that my banner, because I know how to do these things now, tells all one player. There is just one spot available. Just one spot available. And you may guess, Scott, that we've had that question quite a lot today. Which is why I've made this. I can keep flashing it on the screen. There can be only one. The Highlander. Although the Highlander, whilst he came, he didn't make it past the first round. One of the many, many big name victims. Where shall we go for a decide? Well, I think we're going to have to go Henry Coates and Scott Campbell, because everything else is a bit close to the end, so we're going to end up flicking around. Also, I'm not sure if they're going to start too much in the next. I don't think we're going to start the next lot until this one's finished. So whilst these games have been running pretty slow and pretty behind, I feel like we're probably going to have to go with it. Neither have been featured so far. Neither have been a feature game. So that's where we're going to go for the time being. Rhys Griffin, more match darts incoming, and he finally takes them out. So Rhys Griffin in the last 8. Andy Bolton out, and the dreams of Scottish fans of having an additional Scottish player at the World Championships is becoming thinner and thinner and thinner. Scott Campbell is the last hope for Scotland today. So you'll see on the screen there at the bottom, we've got 4 players so far confirmed to be playing in the last 8. Tom Bissell, Steve Hine, Rhys Griffin and Carl Wilson. They will be joined by 4 of the 8 players currently on your screen. Both David Davis and Daryl Pilgrim within 1, 5-4 and 5-3 ahead, respectively. Shane McGurk and Tommy Lishman right on the wire, or they were right on the wire, but now Shane McGurk goes 5-4 ahead. That was just a hold of throw, though, so Tommy Lishman throwing now to try and level this up and force a deciding leg, but Lishman can only find a 42 with his opening visit. If Shane McGurk can find a treble, and he can't capitalise on it, trebleless visits from both players. Lishman held the door open there for Shane McGurk to move through to the quarter-finals, and he couldn't take advantage of it, or he couldn't just yet. Anyway, Daryl Pilgrim, my pick, is a quarter-finalist, 6-3 win over Joe Hunt. Again, another player. Well, everybody, I think, at this point, looking to make their debut. David Davis, 6-4 winner. Tommy Morris's dream is over of the 2026 PDC World Championship. Oh, we're now warming up. We're warming up in quarterfinals. Goodness gracious. They are not messing about. They are not messing about at all. We're loving this. Reece Griffin and Kyle Wilson now warming up on board number 3 for a quarter-final match. Tommy Lishman needs to take out 40 to force a deciding leg. Shane McGurk is waiting on 49 if he can't. Can Tommy Lishman? And he does. First dart into double tops. So it is 5-all. We've got a noble leg on board 4 between Shane McGurk and Tommy Lishman. McGurk has the darts. A big first visit, and there is a big first visit. It's a 140 from Shane McGurk. And a trebleless visit from Tommy Lishman. So the Irishman is looking a heavy favourite to come through this deciding leg at the moment. He can only follow that 140 though with a 46. It's up and down. The pressure is on. Again, we've got another. Whoa, see what? There's some cracking games. Jamie, I'm going to have to hit the button again. One spot. So we are playing quarterfinals. Well, we're watching. We're not playing. These lads are. We are going to see quarterfinals, semi-finals, and a final. Losing in the final gets you knout today. Absolute niche for losing in the final. You've wasted your, what was the entry fee? 90 quid? You've wasted your £90 entry fee. And the petrol that it's took you to get to Wigan. If you do not win. But if you do win, you are at least £15,000 better off. You could be £25,000 better off if you can win a match on that glorious stage at Alexandra Palace. Yeah, just the one spot today. There is another qualifier on the 24th of November for tour card holders. So there will be some names that we've seen today. Some of these lads will get another spot, but from those that come, you know, from the associated tours, so where we've got Challenge Tour players and Dev Tour players, and anyone that played at Q School, this is their chance. And Shane McGurk is taking full advantage of that chance, and he comes through that deciding leg with Tommy Lishman, and the 2024 WDF World Champion adds his name to the list of quarter finalists. So we now do. We've just got one game remaining. Just the one, which is our feature game on the screen. Scott Campbell against Henry Coates, in which Scott Campbell is edging his way ahead. This is a back and forth, this one. It's pretty tight and it's pretty tense. On throw as well. Henry Coates not finding a treble from his opening visit. Can Scott Campbell take advantage? Darryl Pilgrim and Tom Bissell playing each other in the quarter final. That is a cracking game. Both played lovely stuff today. And I think across the chat room, we've seen both of their names mentioned and predicted. Henry Coates, slack visits 2 in a row. If he's broken here by Scott Campbell, it's a short format. They're only playing to 6. It's going to be tough if you lose a break at this stage. Steve Hine and Shane McGurk. That's an interesting one. I think there'll be a few people in it maybe disappointed to see that. I think there are certainly fans of both players that, I suppose, again, it doesn't matter how far you go in this, does it? You know, it doesn't matter if you go out in the first round or you go out in the semis. That, you know, you go home with exactly the same. So I suppose to one end, it doesn't matter, but it feels like it could have maybe, the way they've both played today, it could have been a final, that I think. That could have been a final. And then we're starting to see a little bracket there as well, because Steve Hine and Shane McGurk, the winner of that match will play the winner of Tom Bissell and Darryl Pilgrim. So we can't have a Shane McGurk, Daryl Pilgrim final, which is that would have been I think a good final. I think they've both played very well today. Lots of people picked, but I saw the both of those names mentioned a lot in the chat room, probably after some of the bigger, more prestigious names went out. But we can't have that because they're on the same side of the bracket. Henry Coates levels up. Levels up 3 each in this final round of 16 games. We've got those quarterfinals warming up just beneath. We are just waiting for one more player to be confirmed. There will be one more name added. And the winner of this match between Scott Campbell and Henry Coates will play David Davies in that final quarterfinal, the last quarterfinal to be confirmed. I don't know whether they are going to hold. They might hold these quarterfinals back and then maybe all go off at the same time, or at least they might be holding them back just to try and concertina it together a little bit. Scott Campbell racing towards it. You feel that Scott Campbell's been on the front foot. And I know he's got the throw in this match, but his average has just been a bit higher. He just seems to be keeping Henry Coates at arm's length a little bit. Henry's struggling he's in the game, but he's struggling to get in front and look likely for a victory. But maybe one big visit, a max here, a 140 here could turn that around. That's not quite enough to put the pressure on. Maybe I think a 140 there would have really elevated Henry Coates' chances. It's calm. I feel like we've calmed down a little bit now. Bloody busy those first couple of rounds, especially on your own. Trying to watch 16 games at once and figure out what's happening. This is much calmer. I feel like I can breathe a little bit now. Henry Coates with an outside opportunity here. If he can take that Shanghai, he can't do it though. And again, Scott Campbell with an opportunity again just to get himself that little bit further towards the finish line. 3 darts at tops. Oh, I don't know which way he's gone, but it's took him all 3 to do it. So maybe inside and chased it around a bit. But it's one leg closer, and that's one leg more that Henry Coates hasn't been able to break. And he's going to have to break the throat of Scott Campbell if he's going to keep moving forward in this competition. That treble first visit doesn't help either. What's Peter's name? Peter doesn't have a good season compared to what he did in the previous year before he got his card. Yeah, I think Daryl Pilgrim was a player that I think we sort of spent a couple of years, I think, waiting for him to have a big. I think a lot of people thought he was going to have a big impact on the tour, and I for one did. I thought we were going to see a big impact from Daryl, and that he was going to really establish himself. I'm not saying right at the top of the game. I thought he was going to establish himself as a sort of top 64. Not really at risk of losing the tour card. I thought he'd be able to get to that point, and we haven't seen it. I think we saw an awful lot of potential. We saw him doing really, really good things outside of the PDC. But we haven't yet seen Daryl really sort of really break through. We've seen an awful lot of Pro Tour this year with first round losses. In fact, a lot more than I thought. I'm just looking along at his Pro Tour record this year. He actually got in the Pro Tour 1 this year in Wigan. He made a quarter final. And that's the only time this year he's made it as far as a quarterfinal. There's an awful lot of first round losses, a lot of first round losses in this year. And I did think that he would establish himself, Daryl, as a really solid tour card holder, and I think he's got it in him. I think the game is in him to do it. Henry Coates again. Scott Campbell call all day the enemy of progress. Scott Campbell constantly languishing around while every other game has been finished at every stage from the last 64s, the 32s, the 16s. At every stage, we've had every game finished. Scott Campbell has still been playing, but he is working his way through, and so far it has worked. He's done it behind everybody else, but he's got the victories that he needed to still be here. That slack opening treble-less 41 visit, though, that is not what he will have wanted, and that's another slack visit as well. Henry Coates, just because he's been at arm's length for this whole game so far. If he can find a break here and then throw for the match, that's it's a huge turning point. It's massive, and it's another treble-less visit from Scott Campbell. He's gifting the initiative here to Henry Coates. He's probably just favourite in this leg at the minute. Campbell needs a big visit to re-establish himself in this leg, because it could be a real challenge if he gets broken here, because there's no more opportunities. He either breaks back or he's done for. Coates still with the initiative. Coates still with the advantage, perhaps, here. That is a massive visit from Henry Coates, finding the 180. What a moment. What a moment in the game to do that. That's absolutely huge. Scott Campbell only a 60, another treble-less visit. That means Henry Coates has got 6 darts to get rid of 79. He only needs 2 to do it. Pop. And that is a break of throw from Henry Coates. He's now 5-4 ahead. And after being kept at bay all the way through this match from Scott Campbell, he is now throwing for the match and a place in the quarterfinals. And that is a big opening visit from Henry Coates, 140. This has just got a little bit exciting. It was a bit lackluster, this game, and it was a bit ploddy. But all of a sudden, it's got a little bit interesting, hasn't it? Slack again from Scott Campbell. Is it just all getting too much? Because he's got to the back half of this game and he's gone from looking very, very solid. Aaron, it is a guess I'm guessing that is the case, because those 3 have been warming up for some time, and all day they haven't done that. They have been absolutely rapid all day today. And they've had the players have had, barely 5 minutes, I think, run to the lav, and then your next game is on. They've absolutely flown through, which is why we're playing quarterfinals at 2:30, which is, again, nice, good fun. It's been pretty fast, and there's been plenty of action. There hasn't been a lot of downtime for me to try and fill, because, again, it's incredibly challenging doing these streams on your own, because it's not conversational. I can't have a chat with someone to fill the time. So match starts incoming for Henry Coates. Scott Campbell just couldn't get those 2 big visits, but that treble-less visit at the beginning has really cost him. So he's only down to 180 after 9. And that monster max again. Henry Coates 2 legs in a row, finding a max at such a perfect moment. 36 remains for Henry Coates. Oh, but he can't do it. Thanks, Rob. Good to see you, mate. And don't forget, you can still watch the end of this, because you can just come back and, come back on YouTube later on. skip forward to 2 hours, 30 minutes and 26 seconds, and you'll be right at this point in the stream. So you can catch it up later. So Campbell has to take 99 out now. Absolutely no choice in the matter. If he wants to keep the dream alive of getting to Alexandra Palace, this 99 has to go, and he's going to force a deciding leg, in which he would have the throw. God, this is sweet. Oh, he's teed it up, I think, and then he's missed. Double tops. Henry Coates comes back for double six. One dart, double six. Henry Coates. And that, folks, is that for the round of 16. We now have our full quarter-final lineup, which is Steve Hine against Shane McGurk. It's Tom Bissell against Daryl Pilgrim, Rhys Griffin against Carl Wilson, and David Davis against Henry Coates. One of those 8 players is going to the 2026 PDC World Darts Championships. Good afternoon, Jake. Good afternoon. Right, I think we'll be kicking off around the same time, apart from we might have a bit of a delay on David Davis and Henry Coates. So, in the chat room, please, what are we going to have for a feature game in the quarterfinals? Is it going to be Rhys Griffin, Carl Wilson? Is it going to be Steve Hine and Shane McGurk, or Tom Bissell and Daryl Pilgrim? If you've got an opinion, stick it in the chat room. I will go with whoever's suggesting, or whichever one we get the most suggestions for. And if you don't put a suggestion in, then don't moan about which game we pick. Aaron's gone with Hine and McGurk. And to be fair, Aaron is a member, so his vote counts for 2. If you want your vote to count for 2, you might want to look up being a member. We've got a clean sweep. James has gone Hine and McGurk as well. Bongers has gone with a Hine game. Also, yeah, Mark, again, it's not what I expected, mate. At the beginning of the day, I was very, very confident that you would. I really thought there'd be a Scottish player in the quarterfinals. I wasn't sure which one, but I just thought that there was that, there was that much talent among the players that were representing Scotland today. I was convinced you would have one through at this stage, but instead, we do have some international representation, but it doesn't come from Scotland, I'm afraid. We have a clean sweep, so I'm not going to feel guilty in any way, because Matthew and Marco as well all want to see Hine and McGurk, as does Wayne. Jordan, I am sorry, mate, but you are vastly outvoted. And also, it's also underway, whereas the other one isn't yet. So let's go feature game. We'll follow them all. Don't worry. Like, we're going to be. I'll have everything open as much as I can. I'll try and keep up to date with what's happening across the board. I know folks in the chat room will be watching, so if I'm missing something, shout up. If someone's on a 9 somewhere, imagine, wouldn't that be cool? I'm not going to hold out much hope, though, seeing as though we are still yet to see a ton average today. So, I mean, maybe we're getting a little bit of ahead, or I'm maybe getting a little ahead of myself, thinking we might see a 9. But, keep me right in the chat room if you spot anything interesting going on in any of the other games. Rhys Griffin has taken the opening leg in his match against Carl Wilson. Again, I don't think we'll be hanging about much from here, folks. I think we're going to be cracking on. There's not a huge amount in terms of we haven't got anyone really particularly slow left. I think we're going to be played at a nice, good pace. Bit slack opening leg. Will the nerves start to kick in, do you think? Is the pressure going to come on? Steve Hine, of course, does have a history with the PDC World Championship. He has been there before. In fact, he's been there before and he's won before at the PDC World Championships. Defeated Roland Sholton in 2010 before. as everybody was, being beaten by Phil Taylor. But yeah, Steve Hine, you know, he has been there. He has been on the big stage. He has played the very best players on that big stage. You know, you look through some of the defeats that he had at the World Championships, and you think, you know, Chris Mason, Phil Taylor, Raymond van Barneveld, that he wasn't very lucky with some of the draws he got, Steve Hine. He was a bit unlucky with some of those World Championship draws when he's been there before. He will be hoping for something slightly more generous this time around. And these two are making a right clart about of this opening leg. This is a catastrophe. Who can hold it together is all the question is here. And it's not Shane McGurk. Steve Hine comes back for double 5. He's got 10 left. Shane McGurk has had an absolute nightmare on the outer ring in this opening leg. Carl Wilson levels up against Rhys Griffin. That game on throw. Mindy J, nice to see you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon indeed. Steve Hine again making a mess of it, and double 1 does the job for Shane McGurk. It is first blood to the Irishman, but that was a really messy leg. And in this short format has pretty much ballsed up our chances of getting a ton plus average. We may make it all the way through the day without a ton plus average today, folks. Do not let it surprise you if that were to be the case. But yeah, don't forget, Steve Hine has been there. You know, he's played at the PDC World Championships. He's played at the Match Play. He's played at the Grand Prix. He's played at the Grand Slam. He's played at the Desert Classic. He's done the life of a PDC player on big TV events. Has he got some more to offer? Is there one last go around for Steve Hine? We're off in the other 2 quarterfinals as well. So we are keeping everything nice and tight together. We're not going to be left, I think, with a game overhanging us for too long. Tom Bissell and Darryl Pilgrim are underway, as are David Davies and Henry Coates. Carl Wilson 2-1 up against Rhys Griffin. Carl Wilson takes a break of throw from the Welshman, and that's a nice early break. Wilson playing some great stuff today. Again, admittedly, it's not a player that I'm particularly familiar with. I don't know a great deal about Carl Wilson. I know he's currently ranked 40th on the Challenge Tour. I know that when he went to Q School, he went out in phase 1 ranked 104th. But he's 3 wins away from Alexandra Palace, and he's in the lead at the minute. If anybody in the chat room knows a bit more about Carl, then I'd love to hear it. I'd very much like to know a little bit more. Comes out to Post Malone. I don't think I know a Post Malone song. I honestly think that I don't know. I certainly don't know the names of any Post Malone songs, but I don't think I'd know one if I heard. I think that part of pop culture has completely passed me by somehow. Big visit from Steve Hine there. Lovely, lovely timing for that 180. Shane McGurk back on 160. Oh, ho-ho! I think he's missed tops for the 160 there. He's gone treble 20, missed tops come inside. But Steve Hine with a chance here at 81 to break the throw of the Irishman and go 2-1 up. He's missed a double as well. Shane McGurk comes back for double 10. 20 left, which would keep this game on throw. David Davies takes the opening leg against Henry Coates, 1-0 up there he is, and Shane McGurk keeps this game on throw, finds double 10. Panic over for Shane McGurk there for just 1 leg. Steve Hine comes back at him with a ton. Kent County player, nice lad. Good, thank you for that. The more we know, the better. Again, it is slightly embarrassing when we get players that I'm not particularly, you know, they sit outside of my knowledge, but you know, we can only do what we can do, can't we? We can only know so much. I'm at the stage where if I learn something new, something old falls out, and that can be a challenge. Oscar loves Aston Villa, does he? Good, yeah. Good afternoon. Nice to see you. Nice to see you along, big leg for Shane McGurk, a 140, 140. Can he make it 3 in a row? No, trebleless, but still with the advantage. Big advantage here for Shane McGurk against the darts. He's looking for a break. Kyle Wilson talked then. I said about an advantage against the darts, and Kyle Wilson keeps that breaker throw 3-1 up over Rhys Griffin. Kyle Wilson just, I mean, he has gone about his business today in a very, very tidy manner. Some support in the chat room for Shane McGurk. I think there's a lot of people would be happy and pleased to see Shane McGurk on the Alexandra Palace stage. Brad, good question. It's been asked many, many times today. And there is the answer on the screen. Yeah, one player to qualify today for the 2026 PDC World Championships. Just one opportunity. So we are playing these quarterfinals. After these quarterfinals, we're going to play semi-finals, and then one man will get that last spot as Shane McGurk takes that break of throw 3-1 ahead. And it is just, it's the wrong time for Steve Hine to just drop that average is down to 77. It's way off what we had been seeing from him today. And this really is the wrong time, because if you get to the final and you lose, you go home with exactly the same as if you lose in the first round. Your bank balance doesn't swell. You don't get a certificate. There are no prizes for second place today, folks. The only thing that matters is winning in the final. David Davis goes 2-0 up. A break of throw up on Henry Coates. With Rhys Griffin 3-1 behind, the hopes of the Welsh remain, but they are shifting over towards one man, and it looks like David Davies at the minute is carrying that Welsh flag. He will hope up the hill to Alexandra Palace. Tom Bissell and Daryl Pilgrim exchange blows early, 1 each in that game. Against a reminder of the brackets, so the winner of Daryl Pilgrim and Tom Bissell will play the winner of the feature game on your screens between Shane McGurk and Steve Hine. On the other side of the bracket, the winner of David Davis and Henry Coates will play the winner of Rhys Griffin and Carl Wilkinson. Rhys Griffin gets one back, 3-2 behind there. So we could have an all-Welsh semi-final today. Rob Owen, I didn't play today, but is Rob Owen not already qualified? I don't think he would have needed to play today. Is he? No, he's not actually. So yeah, he sits outside of the he's just outside as well. He's like, oh, so he's less than $2,000 outside of the qualification spots. Ineligible. Why was he ineligible, James? Share that with the group, because it's, again, you're exploiting a gap in my knowledge there. So if you wouldn't mind, that will be a big help. Thank you. Telling me that. Third year card. Right, got you. Okie doke. Yeah, understand. Thank you very much. See, every time I learn something new, some of the old stuff falls out, or I just can't access it as quick anyway. Shane McGurk flying towards the finish line here. Again, Steve Hine just not able to find enough. Not able to find enough to pressure Shane McGurk. McGurk not having to do too much. He's not having to really tear up trees, but just edging closer and closer and closer to a semi-final spot. Again, really lackluster visit from Steve Hine. And it is looking like the Muffin Man is coming to the end in his campaign. Daryl Pilgrim 3-1 up. So there's a break of throw David Davies, again, really impressive. Henry Coates, probably, you know, I would have probably picked him as the favourite going into that, but Davis 3-0 up. Wilson extending. We are seeing all 4 of these games there. Now we've now got gaps. We've got big things that need to happen because there's breaks of throw in every one of them, and it's a long way to come back in this short format when you're on a race to 6. Shane McGurk comes for 52 for a 5-1 lead, and the chances for Steve Hine are becoming ever increasingly smaller. And Shane McGurk there, another break of throw. Steve Hine is going to have to win 5 in a row, and not only that, in fact, it's more, because we are now going to 7 legs in the quarterfinals, folks. So in these quarterfinals, we are no longer playing the first of 6. Don't start to celebrate when your favourite player gets to 6, because we are playing an ever so slightly longer format. So it's now first to 7. But I think that makes the task of Steve Hine even harder, because he's now got to win 6 games in a row and repeated breaks of throw, while Shane McGurk, especially opening with that 1-4-1, has the end in sight. Yes, it is strange, Matt, isn't it? It is an odd time. We don't normally see the format increase and change at quarter-final stage. We normally see, you know, maybe semi-final, final played over slightly longer format. But yeah, we are playing first to 7 in quarter-finals. Who has anyone got a pick? And again, we're just looking to try and. It's difficult on your own, but is anyone in the chat room thinking that anyone behind at the minute, you know, Rhys Griffin, Steve Hine, Henry Coates, Tom Bissell, anyone backing any of them to come through and spin it around? Rhys Griffin's just pegged 1 back against Carl Wilson, but that was not a break of throw that he much needed. And then Carl Wilson on throw comes with a 140 for starter. Shane McGurk, he is having it all his own way in this one, in the feature game. He's 6-1 up now against Steve Hine. And then, my word, like, you know what? If you can only find a 28 in your first visit, what's the last thing you want your opponent to do? And it's exactly that. Shane McGurk comes 180. And is he finding exactly the right time to play beautifully and just get his foot down? Daryl Pilgrim as well, averaging 94. 4-1 up on Tom Bissell. Tom Bissell, again, has looked really good all day. I thought it was going to be quite a tight game. There was a few calling for it to be the feature game. I thought it'd be a lot closer, but mind you, I thought this one would be a lot closer as well. This is not the Steve Hine that we've seen so far today. We've seen some really good, solid performances from Steve Hine. And now Shane McGurk, 93, gets the job done, semi-finalist. Shane McGurk is there, the 2024 WDF World Champion, continues in his mission to get to Alexandra Palace. And are the people at the WDF worried at this stage and starting to think that is it's a big name, it's a solid player, it's a name people know, it's a former world champion that might not be playing in the WDF World Championship. He might not be going to try and reclaim his title because he could be going elsewhere. He could be guaranteeing himself £15,000. And if he wins one match on the Alexandra Palace stage, that goes to 25. Big money. David Davis, 4-1 up on Henry Coates. Tom Bissell pegs 1 back. Pilgrim, 4-2 up. Where are we going to go for a feature game? We need to see one of these to the end. Let's go Daryl Pilgrim, Tom Bissell. Oh, not on that window. We won't though, Dan, eh? We won't do it on there. We'll go there with this one. We'll go there. It's probably the most likely to get interesting in a minute. Carl Wilkinson is just being incredibly solid. Really solid. holding things, just not looking like being threatened. Tom Bissell fighting his way back in this. It's big 140 visit for Daryl Pilgrim there on throw as well. Again, Pilgrim with that break. That's a big slip though. That is a big slip, and he's got that breaker through. He's sort of done the hard work he needs to do in order to get where he needs to be. And he's done that hard work. And then he's gifting opportunities for Bissell to get back in, and he might not have took advantage of it there. What's going on over here? Carl Wilson down to 144. Reece Griffin back not too far behind him on 167, but this is Griffin's on throw here. Unless Griffin can find something big, Wilson's going to get a chance here to break again and go within one. Griffin down to 72, 144 for Carl Wilson. Potentially a 6-3 lead. To be one leg away from a semi-final. Gets down to 66. So 72 for Griffin, plays 66 for Wilson. 72 for Griffin goes. He's got it back within one, but just a hold of throw though. Reece Griffin needs to break the Carl Wilson throw because he's being kept at arm's length. Daryl Pilgrim 5-2 up. Lovely bit of darts. He's getting that average up. Pilgrim is doing what I think. So Aaron's asked there, who do I think wins it from here? Daryl Pilgrim was my pick, and I think he's doing exactly what you need to do to win this, which is you need to just keep getting slightly better with each round. And, he is just improving and improving and improving as the day's gone on. He's got that average now up to 95, big opening 140. He is starting to pull away now in this game from Tom Bissell. And as the day has gone on, he has just got better and better. And that's what I think you're going to need to do. I think probably the two best players are going to meet in a semi-final. And that's a bit tough. Like that's slightly frustrating because I think that Shane McGurk against Daryl Pilgrim would make a beautiful final, but we can't get it because that's what we're going to see by the looks of things anyway. Certainly the way this leg's going. In the semi-final, I'm welcome to views from the chat room if you think differently. If you think somebody else is going to pick up the win, or if we're not going to see that semi-final, and then I think the winner of that match becomes the favourite. I think we get a Daryl Pilgrim, Shane McGurk semi-final, and I think the winner of that game becomes the favourite, regardless of who they're playing. Reece Griffin got an outside chance, but he needs to take out 160 here, which I could go at it. Ton 18, but Carl Wilson comes for 95. But Griffin down to 42. So this 95 needs to go. It does. Wilson's been so steady today. Like some of the checkouts when he's needed it, every time the pressure's got on him, he's just like battered it back. Like every time someone's come at him and put him under a bit of pressure, he's just sort of again like kept them at arm's length. Just go away, thanks. Just here. So now Carl Wilson 6-4 up, one leg away from a spot in the semi-final, and Reece Griffin on throw can't find a treble. He opens with 60. Wilson follows him with a ton. And Reece Griffin is really, really up against it here. Daryl Pilgrim he's coming for double 8. He takes the 16 out. So Pilgrim now one away. Pilgrim one away. Carl Wilson one away. And David Davis and Henry Coates exchanging blow for blow. So Reece Griffin 2 trebleless visits back to back. Is finding himself backed into a very, very tight corner. Carl Wilson looking more and more likely another trebleless visit from Griffin. Wilson is He's moving very, very, very closely now towards that semi-final spot, as is Daryl Pilgrim here, just pinching the initiative. That trebleless visit he gets away with because of that big 180 start. Wilson now 129 for the match. Griffin on 147, so not pressure. There's no real pressure on this 129. He sets it up perfectly. Carl Wilson leaves tops. Reese Griffin back on 147. He's going to have to take out the snooker clearance to prevent Carl Wilson having 3 match starts in hand at tops. Oh, God, he nearly does. 139 leaves 8. Reese Griffin. Oh, but there we go. Carl Wilson in 1. First start. 7-4 victory for Carl Wilson over Reese Griffin. Carl Wilson is our second semi-finalist. Kent County player, Carl Wilson. Ranked 40th on the Challenge Tour. Finished in 104th position at Phase 1 of Q School. But he's very, very, very close now. He's very close now to going to Alexandra Palace. But if he gets there... Oh, there we go. Daryl Pilgrim as well is there. That match was only heading one way, wasn't it? Tom Bissell just seemed to run out of steam, and he seemed to run out of steam at the exact moment that Daryl Pilgrim could get his foot down and just blew him away there. We've got one more spot. We've got one more semi-final spot available, and it is going to be the winner of this game between David Davies and Henry Coates. Davies 5-3 up, so Coates are mounting to climb, breaks of throw to gain. Davies heavy favourite, and you know that big start keeps him on that trajectory, keeps him getting towards that, and that is another big visit again from David Davies, who's played some lovely stuff today. Daryl Pilgrim against Shane McGurk. Game of the day, is that probably, you know, we're gonna, I'm afraid, folks, that's probably going to be the feature game. There's maybe a way of having 2 on. We can do that, I think. Yeah, and let's have a look at that. We'll put both when we start in semi-finals. I think I'll be able to put both on, because we won't have to keep a look at everything that's happening elsewhere. So yeah, I'll figure that out. We'll have both semi-finals on. One of them will be, without question, Daryl Pilgrim against Shane McGurk. The other one will be Carl Wilson against either David Davies or Henry Coates, and it is starting to look increasingly likely to be David Davies. Henry Coates is running out of opportunities here. Another big visit from Davies. Coates is going to have to, well, all he can do at this point is put that 65 under pressure, and that visit hasn't done much of that at all. 65 for Davies would put him 1 away. I don't think we'll have a long time to wait again between them. They seem to be cracking on. Once we get this game finished, I think we'll be on with semi-finals pretty quickly. You'll probably have to wait a minute for me, because I've been on this stream for 3 hours now, and it's about time that I nipped to the gents. So you'll have to bear with me for 30, 40, 50, who knows, few seconds. Tops for Davies. Surely this goes. If it doesn't, well, if it doesn't, I might have to run to the loo earlier. Might not see. There we go. 6-3 to David Davies. Henry Coates, you cannot blink from here. You can't make a mistake. You've got to win 4 legs in a row. 2 of them are going to have to be breaks of throw. That is not a great start to the comeback, Henry Coates. A trebleless visit. If David Davies capitalises on that now, this is going to be very difficult for Henry Coates. What do we know about David Davies? Anybody know him? Anybody played with him? In the chat room. If you can tell us a bit about David, I'd love to hear it. I would love to hear it. 20th in the Challenge Tour, David Davies. 240. If you can tee something up here. Oh, not quite. Not quite. Could have created an opportunity there, I think, Davies, to get it done there and then. Henry Coates is going to be able to set up something here. He needs a big visit, though, again. That's all right. That's all right. So Henry Coates will get a go. He will get a go at 76 for the match. Sorry, he won't. To save the match, he'll get a go. He'll get a go at 76 to save the match. And David is poised on 80 as well. Poised. So if this 76 doesn't go, Henry Coates is in big trouble. And it doesn't go. He's missed tops. David Davies is going to get, you'd think he'd get at least one match start. 80 for a spot in the semi-final. And to be 2 wins away from Alexandra Palace. Can't do it. Missed a match start. Misses a match start, David Davies. Henry Coates gets one on the board, but is it too little too late? It was only a hole of throw, and David Davies now has the darts in hand to throw for the match. You are a brave man to back against him from here because he's been really solid. Played really well. Big start as well. 137 is a nice start. What have you got, Henry Coates? Not enough to respond to that. I don't think that there is going to be enough, and I think the writing could be on the wall here. I think the writing could be on the wall. Is anybody picking Wilson or Davies at this point? Do we think is everyone in the chat room pretty much resigned to the fact that the winner comes from that semi-final? The Pilgrim McGurk semi-final is the sort of the main event a bit. I know something rogue can happen, something unusual can happen, but does anybody expect anything other than that to happen at this stage? James picked Carl Wilson at the start. Did you pick Carl Wilson at the start of the day, like pre-game? It's a bold pick if you did, looking at the names that were in it. But by Christ, if you picked that, Jamie, like, I will go back to the chat room and check. I tell you what, if you pick that at the beginning of the day and he wins it, that is a worldie, an absolute worldie pick. Henry Coates is going to have to do something monstrous here. You've got to leave it incredibly handy. 1 or 2. That is not handy, Henry. 72 for the match now, David Davies. Ha! I believe you, James. I believe you. Thousands wouldn't. Yeah, we go, David Davies. We now have our semi-final lineup. Really good match that from David Davies. Good performance. Henry Coates is going to be feeling a bit disappointed, but I think Henry he got through most of the day just doing enough, and I don't think he really lit anything up today. He was all right for most of the day. I never really felt that he was really at it. I think we've got some really solid semi-finals there. Pilgrim McGurk is very exciting. Wilson Davies, as I say, it's a bit outside of where I thought we would be. And one of them will be in the final. And in finals, anything can happen, folks. Absolutely anything can happen in a final. I think it's a pretty solid lineup. Right, you'll have to bear with me just for a minute. Because, yeah, like I say, I'm 3 hours and 5 minutes into this on my own. And I could just do with about a minute to nip to the loo. So bear with me, folks. I'll be back as quick as possible. And then we can talk all about what's going to happen in the semi-finals. While I'm gone, because we need to just fill some time and I'm on my own and I can't have a chat. So if there's any questions you've got in the chat room, they don't even need to be darts related. Well, try and have them darts related. But stick some questions in the chat room so we've got something to talk about until the semi-finals get underway, would you? I'm back. Thank you for bearing with me. I do very much appreciate that. Oh, I tell you what, we didn't even lose that many viewers, which is quite handy. I'm pleased about that. Thank you, folks. Yeah, 3 hours and 10 minutes is a long time to not nip to the smallest room in the house, especially if you have to drink loads to keep talking. Scott, I just ran to the lav. Right, did anyone stick a question in? We need to have a little chat about something. We are warming up, which is great news. So we are warming up both semi-finals. I don't think it'll be too long. I think they'll get going nice and quickly. I'll get them both on, so we'll cover up this bit in the middle. We don't need all the fixtures in there. We've only got 2 games. McGurk still flying. Pilgrim had to be fair from him. Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think Pilgrim's probably the favourite, but I think the winner comes from that semi-final. I think my view on it is whoever wins that semi-final between Pilgrim and McGurk will be going to Alexandra Palace. But Wilson and Davies have both been incredible, like without setting the world alight, without being like hugely impressive. They've just been really solid, and they've both done very, very little wrong all day. And either one of them in the final, I think, whereas Pilgrim and McGurk, they're probably arguably the better players. They just they've been up and down a bit today. It's been peaks and troughs, and I think that's maybe the way through. Maybe the way through for Wilson or Davies. Wilson averaged 88 during Challenge Tour season. Yeah, solid though, isn't it? Like, it's, again, I think where we've seen peaks and troughs, across the board today. And from Pilgrim and McGurk, we've seen them up and we've seen them down. Wilson and Davies have both been very, very consistent all day. Oh, was he, James? He was at MODUS earlier this month. I struggle to keep up with MODUS. Again, I think it's because grown-up job, 3 kids, etc., etc. It is literally all I can do to try and keep up with the PDC. Like, that puts me out, like that already maxes me out really to keep up with that and everything I need to know for the live lounges on Mondays and things. I really struggle to keep up with everything else. Shane's building a house at the moment. Oh, good on him. I assume not himself. I assume he's paying some other people to do it. But mega. Yeah, and I suppose if he can bank himself a big pile of money, then that's only going to help, isn't it? Don't forget. So 15 grand is the minimum that you're going to get from coming through today, because that's first round losers money at the World Championships. So they're going to get 15 grand at least. But if you pick up 1 win, then you can make that 25 grand. You get 3 wins, you can make it 35 grand. So, there's a huge amount of potential money on offer. I think it's going to be a tough loss for whoever, well, certainly at the semi-finals and then the final, because, it's not like it's an unusual event. You don't normally win this many darts matches and not get anything. You don't normally beat this many people in a row, work your way all the way through to the semi-final, final of a tournament and then get nothing. But like I said earlier, you lose in the final of this and your reward is niche, absolutely nothing. It's all or nothing today. You're either going to Alexandra Palace or you are going home. There is one more opportunity for tour card holders. So there's a qualifier on the 24th of November where 5 tour card holders who aren't qualified yet will get the opportunity to join the biggest field ever and the opportunity at £1 million. We've not mentioned that much today because, I mean, because we're probably just being sensible, suggesting that the winner of the 2026 PDC World Championship probably hasn't come through this event to qualify for it. And I don't think that's unfair. I just think it's true. Right, let's have a look how we can lay this out. And I'll do my best for you. So we've got one underway there. Again, you'll excuse amateur hour as I try and set this up. But we've got one underway. Once we get underway with this second game, I need to make that smaller, don't I? So you can see the you can't see the score, you lot. So let's move that. Oh, stop it, Dan. Stupid thing. I appreciate your patience while I clart around with this. It's not doing anything I want it to do at the minute. But I am contriving to get to a point where we can see, or you can see, the scores, and we can have both games on at once. So if we have that one there, and then we'll have this one over here, and you can see both sets of scores. You make that any bigger? That'll do, won't it? Everyone happy with that? That'll do. Tough. If you're not, I haven't got the ability to do anything different. So this is just what you're going to have to put up with. First to 7 again, folks. Don't forget. It's still first to 7. Well, that's interesting, James. Yeah, if McGurk comes out at Ali Pally, will they say that he's the winner of the Lakeside darts comp or something similar? Or will they? I wonder if they would announce him as the reigning Lakeside world champion. That's really interesting, that. I don't think they would. I don't think that they would get any reigning for Shane in the PDC environment. I think they wouldn't like to put that. I don't think they'd like to put that alongside their own world champion, or be spoken of even in the same breath. Who's going to blink first then, do we think? Bunting gets former. Yeah, he gets former Lakeside champion. He does. So yes, Bunting definitely does get that. The interesting one is if Shane comes through this, when he turns up at Alexandra Palace, he will still be the reigning Lakeside champion. So it was just a question, and I think it's an interesting one from James about whether or not they use, reigning, current holder, or whether it's just like Bunting's and you just get former Lakeside champion. He's been a Lakeside champion before, now he's here. So it's first blood to McGurk and Davies. Again, bit underwhelming between Pilgrim and McGurk, those peaks and troughs, but those mid-80s that we've seen from Wilson and Davies all day is sort of standing fairly firm, and Shane McGurk pinching the advantage against the Darryl Pilgrim throw here. Oh, will we have a new champion by then, Jamie? I know they start early December. I wasn't sure they'd be finished in time. I haven't looked at the dates. I haven't paid a huge amount of attention to the WDF dates, if I'm really honest. Big start from McGurk though here. Really, really impressive. Pilgrim just fighting to stay into it, but it could get away from him really quickly. My word. $41 after 9, Shane McGurk. Christ. He is not messing about. He is not messing about at all. 2-0 early break, ton average for Shane McGurk, and it's going to be really difficult for Darrell Pilgrim. Even at this early stage, he says, as that trebleless visit comes in, because it's just such a short format. And as I say, it's not just about holding your own. You've got to be able to break down your opponent's throw. David Davies, 44 after 9. 97, 180, 180. 44 goes. And it doesn't really matter for now because Kyle Wilkinson is all the way back. 236. Okay, who's in the chat room? It's Mr. Phil Baz, the hardest working man in darts. He's a busy boy. He's always a busy boy. Phil, he's busy this weekend, which is why you lovely people have been stuck with me all day today. David Davies takes that, and he's 2-1 up. Kyle Wilson and David Davies just exchanging holds of throw. And a hold of throw is something that Darrell Pilgrim would absolutely love. And he'll get the opportunity in a few minutes' time. But he very much looks like he's going to be 3-0 down when he does get that opportunity, because these visits from Shane McGurk. Shane McGurk has found... We haven't seen this all day from Shane. Shane has sort of done just enough all day, and he's been all right. Obviously, he's won his matches, but we haven't seen him put 3 legs together like this all day. We've featured him quite a bit. We've obviously had an eye on him a lot. But those 3 legs were absolutely superb. Yes, it is. Oh, he's asking the question. Yes, Philip. We've answered that question 100,000 times, which prompted me to create this. Hey, which you probably didn't know I could do. I've been learning things today. Yes, 1 place. So we are seeing semi-finals and a final. And if you lose in the final, you get nish. Nothing. Absolute waste of a day. You might as well have got out in the first round if you don't win in the final. Some very, very big names involved today, but a lot of those big names out in their first match. So for those who are just catching up, in their first match, we lost Richie Burnett, we lost Robert Thornton, we lost John Henderson, we lost Graham Usher, we lost John O'Shea, we lost a lot of talent, a lot of really big dart talent in their opening games today. And we've seen some rather rogue names go through. We've had a few blasts from the past. We had a superb run to the quarterfinals from Steve Hine. Seen some great darts from the Muffin Man today. Andy Bolton made it relatively late. We had Henry Coatsu to a quarterfinal. And we are left with this final 4. And these are 2 very different games, because as Kyle Wilson, and again, it's going almost the way we thought this one here, Kyle Wilson and David Davies with those mid-80s averages, exchanging holes of throw. We've got a Desmond over there as Shane McGurk just lifts that average. 102 now for Shane. Another break of throw. It is incredibly difficult. Very, very hard to see how Darrell Pilgrim turns this around, because he's way off the pace. It's multiple breaks of throw. Shane McGurk in a game with a ton to start off. And he's throwing for 5-0 in a race to 7. Yeah, I do think this is a huge uphill battle for Darrell Pilgrim. Kyle Wilson making some inroads, big inroads. on the Davies throw. Needed, I think, probably another 140 to get ahead there. Especially Davies coming back and back. You know, he did well after that trebleless visit to slip the 140 in. Really slack again from Pilgrim. 41 is not helping. It's not helping at all because McGurk is racing towards the finish line. So, yeah, Barry, a lot of tour card holders not playing, but don't forget there are still 5 spots available at the tour card qualifier, tour card holder qualifier. So that's the 24th of November. I don't know how many of them there are. There's about 40 odd, maybe, tour card holders who aren't qualified for the World Championships. So there will be 5 spots decided on the 24th. This one was chaotic today because this is anyone who's been to, you know, anyone who's been to Q School was eligible. Big, important max there from Daryl Pilgrim. That 180 has given him a chance. Giving him a chance to break the Shane McGurk throw, which is something he's going to have to relentlessly do. David Davies keeping that one on throw, but that one has slowly got better. The averages have crept up and up and up, both in the early 90s now. Wilson and Davies, just that trebleless visit from Wilson pulls it just back under. If this 116 goes from Shane McGurk, then Daryl Pilgrim must be thinking, what chance have I got here? No, another opportunity though. So, but then this has to go. Daryl Pilgrim has to get rid of this 25. Got to get into this game because at the minute he's not. 48 is it, Barry? I thought it was 40 odd. Providing they all play as well, providing they all fancy it. I don't know why you wouldn't, but leg on the board for Daryl Pilgrim and a break of throw as well. He's off and running, but it's still a very, very, very long way to go. Very long way to go. I think in this game between Wilson and Davies, it's almost like the first to break wins, I think, this one. Because they've both been so solid all day. And they're both so solid on their own throw. I do just think the first to break might win. And this could be it. Oh, my word. Pressure at the right times again. It's a superb game, this. They are both doing the right things at the right time. 61 gives David Davis an opportunity for that break of throw. And again, I think it's a first to break wins this. I don't think we'll see repeated breaks of throw. Little bit of a long time for the update there. And David, oh my word. Yeah, Davis has nearly got there. He's had an opportunity there. He has had an opportunity. Oh, but Wilson has handed him it back. Davis comes back for double 2. He comes back for double 2. It's a long update again on this Davies throw. And he does it. So that is the first break of throw in that game. David Davies 4-2 ahead. Daryl Pilgrim. Oh, my word. Oh, Daryl, he's bust. He's bust 8. Shane McGurk now comes back for tops to break throw and a 5-1 lead. Shane McGurk has almost like he sort of held the door open there for Daryl Pilgrim, saying like, "Come on, you know, no, keep up, I wait." And Pilgrim has managed to fluff his lines and not take the advantage when it was gifted to him there. I mean, that's got to be it. Like, Is there a way back for Daryl Pilgrim? Red Viking, where's Phil? We all had a vote and everybody preferred me. No, Phil is the hardest working man in darts, and he's traveling. He's traveling today. He was actually in the chat room 10 minutes or so ago. He might still be watching along. But yeah, Phil, he's got a couple of exhibitions that he needs to be at, and he's got some content that he has to film with people and record. So he's traveling around, and after a few days on the back or on the bounce streaming, we did a bit of a swap today. I jumped on here while he could go and get some work done. But also, it's quite nice because I quite enjoy this, and it's quite fun, and we have a good chat with everyone in the chat room. And since they put all the bloody Pro Tour events on weekdays, I never get to stream them anymore because I'm always at work when they're on. So it's not very often anymore that I get chance to do a bit of this and to sort of talk about darts for 4 hours. So it was a good opportunity. It was good fun. David Davies, if he takes this out, that's it for me. He's in the final. But if he doesn't, then Carroll can say, oh, he's missed it and all, hasn't he? Bloody hell, what a day this lad's having. Yeah, Jamie Shane is staggering. He's limping to the finish line a bit. He's doing everything that he can to drag Daryl Pilgrim back into the match, and Pilgrim just can't take advantage of what's being offered to him. Wilson has missed darts there. David Davies 5-2 ahead. So we have got two very one-sided games here, folks, at the minute, and they are both at 5-2. That's a break for Pilgrim. Have both of Pilgrim's legs come on a break? I'm pretty sure they have. He's got two legs on the board, and they were both breaks of throw. Shane McGurk he's playing crap, but managing to win. I'm not quite sure how. Solid from Wilson at the beginning here. Last time both Lakeside events had no defending champion. Oh, Christ. Again, there'll be somebody in the chat room with far, far better knowledge than I have to answer that, James. I would wager that there's never been a Lakeside event where both champions didn't come to defend, weren't there to defend it. Because obviously you'll have one where your champion doesn't go, because some of them have moved between, the people have won one and moved to the other code, or moved organization. But I would be incredibly surprised if there's ever been a situation where neither male nor female champion was there to defend it. There will of course be occasions where someone's not gone back to defend it, because everyone stops playing at some point, doesn't they? 5-2, 5-2. Big visit for Wilson, I feel this. I think this is, there's pressure from that 180, but I think this visit from Wilson, he gets it. So that was almost, I felt like, is there still a game on here? Because once Davies is one away, I think, you can sort of give up a bit. I think that visit was just, is there still a game on? I'm not convinced there is over on the other side of the screen with Daryl Pilgrim and Shane McGurk. I think this game's long since finished. As much as Shane McGurk has tried to bring Pilgrim into it. 1-2-4 to go one leg away from the final. Shane McGurk. Do you fancy that? Oh, you do. 1-2-4 from Shane McGurk. And again, is there a scenario in which Shane McGurk doesn't win this today? He looks very, very likely, doesn't he? 6-2 ahead of Daryl Pilgrim. That's another break of throw. And Shane McGurk now throwing for a spot in the final. 140 gets it started for McGurk. Again, we've seen big scores being exchanged between the players on the other side of the screen. Davis down to 140. He's still got that break of throw to the good. And he's very close to the finishing line. First to 7, don't forget. Wilson not keeping pace with him just yet at the back end of this leg. Even McGurk is really up and down, though, isn't he? It's either massive or crap. It doesn't seem, he doesn't need to be able to find anything in between at the minute. So slack from Davies, only a 50. Wilson creates a chance there, I think. Again, Pilgrim just being punished. Those trebleless visits. Got to go, Kyle Wilson. Needs 90. Has to hit it. Doesn't go. So 3 darts. David Davies comes for tops to go 6-3 up and 1 leg away from a spot in the final. He only needs 1 dart to do it. It goes in first leg 6-3 and 6-2. 2 semi-finalists are just 1 leg away, and Shane McGurk is going to get a bash at 110. There's not a great deal of pressure on it, but 110 for Shane McGurk gets him into the final. It allows him to play for a spot at Alexandra Palace. Can he do it in this visit? Or will Pilgrim get? He can't. He leaves 24. If Pilgrim can't take the 133, then McGurk is going to come back for double 12 to book a space in the final. Oh, wow. Darryl Pilgrim, 133. Is that the comeback? There's a breaker throw. 6-3, 6-3. These games are very, very different games indeed. But they are managing to continually replicate each other's scores. And will we see Wilson or Pilgrim just play their way back in? Both on throw here. Another trebleless opening visit from Pilgrim. What can McGurk do? Again, it's so high and low. And then we got like, I thought that was either, we were either getting, 48 or a 140 there. It doesn't seem to be anything in between. It's constant up, low, up, down, up, down. Bit more consistent on the other side there. But big visit from McGurk and Davies. Both players knowing they need 1 leg. Wilson, it's 116 to stay alive. Oh, he gets it! 116! That's absolutely superb from Kyle Wilson. He is fighting and clawing. The 116 keeps him in it. He's forcing David Davies to serve this out. He puts it back on throw. Big 180. Big 180 from Davies, especially after that from Wilson. Like, that could have just given him a bit of a shake and it made it a bit nervy with the finishing line inside. But that's a huge 180. What can he back it up with? What can he follow that up with, Davies? One, 3, 4. Huge, absolutely monstrous 2 visits on the spin. 187 after 6. Shane McGurk down to 130. So Shane McGurk will get a go at 130 for the match. David Davies, he can tee this up. Wilson back on 308. What's Davies going to leave himself here for a spot in the final? He leaves 47. Wow. Big 140 visit. David Davies leaves 47 after 9 in the leg that will book him a spot in the final. And here he comes. Match darts. We've got darts on the other side. Shane McGurk needs 78. Davies needs 47. McGurk needs 78. Both 1 leg away from the final. Timing's beautiful. Davies can't get it done. Leaves 16, but Wilson back on 150. McGurk as well, both of them. So match darts missed in both games at exactly the same time. Wilson still another trebleless visit. So Davies comes back again for double 8. And he does it first dart. David Davies is the first finalist. Darryl Pilgrim has had the most horrific leg that where it was must win. McGurk comes for double 12. Oh, he's missed that as well. This game goes on. This game goes on. Darryl Pilgrim comes back for 56. Can he rescue something in this awful leg? We've just had 5 trebleless visits in a row from Pilgrim. It takes him 3 darts to do it. Now, Shane McGurk on throw. Surely, Shane McGurk can't lose this game from here. We'll skip back over just because there was a lot happening at once. I just wanted to make sure we have emphasised that David Davies, Double D, is a finalist in the qualifying event for the 2026 PDC World Championships. And David Davies is 1 win away from going to Alexandra Palace to play in the World Championships and a minimum of £15,000. A minimum. He's also 1 game away from niche. Nothing. Nada. Not even his bus fare home. Again, another awful leg from Darryl Pilgrim. More trebleless visits. Cannot find a treble in these last few legs. Somehow McGurk is just not over the finish line just yet. And there we go. There's 2 big trebles from Pilgrim. McGurk's still in the driving seat though in this leg. Still the favourite in the leg, in the match. And it's his to throw away. Big visit. Tees up the 91. Pilgrim, all he can do is pressure. All he can do is find a big visit with some pressure on it. It's not quite big enough. It's not a huge amount of pressure. That 91 for Shane McGurk. He gets another go. He gets more match darts. Shane McGurk finally going to get this job done and get this game put to bed. No, Darryl Pilgrim 150. I mean, if he pulls this out the bag, then all bets are off because this will be a break of throw as well. Oh. Doesn't Shane McGurk. Is the pressure starting to creep in now? Are the nerves just getting to him? He cannot get over the line. And then he does. It takes him 3 darts to do the job. But Shane McGurk wins 7-4. What a couple of games they were. Like, they were really, really fun games then. Great watch, both of them. Absolutely superb. And you're right. We've got Wales against Ireland in the final. Shane McGurk plays David Davies for a spot at the 2026 PDC World Darts Championships. Get your predictions into the chat room. What do we think is going to happen here? Who's everybody picking to win? So I open myself another tin of pop. It is pop as well. Even though it's 20-4 on a Saturday. So realistically, even if that was tin of beer instead of a tin of pop, then I think that will be okay. I think I was a bit tempted to maybe have an afternoon beer for the final, but we'll stick with pop for now. We'll stick with it for now. Yeah, I think we're probably I think we're going first to 8 as well. I don't know for certain. There is so little about this event that's been made public. So little about this event that's been made public that I knew not what was going on. I didn't know we were going to 7 in the quarters. I thought that we would be going to 7 in the semis. So I think we'll be going to 8, won't we? 8. Let's have a look, see what we've got. We've got some predictions in the chat. Get your predictions in the chat room. We'll have a chat about them. James has gone McGurk winning 8-5. Aaron's has gone McGurk 8-3. Bonkers, I think he might. He's gone David Davis 8-4. Yeah, Mark makes an interesting point to see. So he's gone with Davies, but I think he might be right. I think we might see the pressure tell in the final. Like, it is a big deal for both of these players. It's a huge thing at stake. And again, it's not a case of, you know, if you win, you get 10 grand. If you come second, you get 5. You know, it is literally all or nothing. And it's either you live your dream of walking out at Alexandra Palace with the, you know, at least £15,000, the possibility of playing the very biggest and best names in the world on Sky TV, or straight home without your bus fare. I think it's a huge, huge game, this, for both players. We've got some more predictions coming in. Wayne has gone 8-5. 8-5 Davies. Shane wins 8-5. Lovely that, Jamie. Excellent banter. Excellent banter. Double D is, in fact, quite a handful. I think Shane McGurk wins, but I don't think David Davis makes it easy for him. Like, Davis is, he has arguably been the best player today. Like, he has been the best player, I think, but I just think that McGurk will probably win. I think I think McGurk wins 8-4. There's my prediction. 8-4. If you are in the chat room and you want to get a prediction, get it in quick before it starts. You can't start making predictions once they're off because it's cheating. Any other? Should we do with more questions? Any other questions? Because we do have to fill a bit of time, and it's hard when I'm on my own. Because, like I say, if people don't get involved in the chat room, it's just a mad man sat in the dining room talking to himself. But just happens to be allowing it to be seen by the world. Any other predictions? Any other questions? Any other darts, crack, and banter that we can get in? Get it in the chat room, and with a bit of luck, they have been pretty rapid today. I don't think that they will give them too long between games. I think by the time everyone's, you know, ran to the gents and back and got settled and ready to go, I think we'll be underway in the final. Joel coming in with a bit of a late prediction, but it's not. It's on time because it hasn't started yet. With McGurk 8-6, I think everybody is pretty much, well, we have split a little bit down the middle, haven't we? In the chat room, there's a bit of everybody in there. What's the next one? Who will take over from John McDonald? I don't. First answer is I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I thought Swiss Phil did an unbelievable good job on the Euro Tour and the European Championship. I think he's really, really good. I am of the view, because I just think and darts can be like this. Is like sometimes it can be quite close-minded and quite close. Like, I think probably the person who's best to take over maybe isn't currently a darts caller. Like, why would you need someone who is only doing that? You know, like, I think there will be people with those skills that might be doing other things. They could be in the theatre, or they could be presenting something completely different that isn't darts. So, you know, they could be involved in another sport. They could be announcing boxing or something. You know, again, I just think it doesn't necessarily have to be somebody. I don't know what the specialist skill is that means you need to be able to work in darts for 20 years to do that job. So I'd like to think that they, you know, cast a fairly wide net, and I don't know if it needs to be the same person all the time. I'm not sure. I don't know if you mix it up. Not sure. You know, I don't know, and I'm interested to see who it could be. We've got some more picks coming in. Where have we got? Mark has gone. Davies winning 8-3. Buchanan report. Davies 8-5. Though the late predictions are coming in for Davies. Yeah, I said the other day, James. I said in the chat room when Phil was streaming, I don't care who it is as long as the surname is Buffer. I'd take Bruce or Michael. I think either Buffer brother would be absolutely fine. Jamie's come in predicting Shane McGurk winning 8-6. Samantha Irving is a niche one. Yeah, I know exactly who Samantha Irving is. And again, she would be absolutely super. She would be absolutely superb at that. I think Samantha Irving will be an amazing shout, or somebody very similar. Again, I don't really get it must be someone from the darts world. I mean, maybe that you know them and you know that they can be relied upon and things like that. That's sort of one argument for it. But yeah, I think it could be. I think you need to cast a fairly wide net. A lot of love for Shane in the chat room. I think, predictions, I reckon, are almost about a bit split 50-50. Is there a chance Peter Wright hands his card in to take over? Absolutely not. There's absolutely no chance at all that happens in both elements of it. There's no chance Peter just chucks his card in, and there's no chance that that he takes over from John McDonald. Billy's in the chat room again. He must be watching from another room in the house somewhere. Surprised he's not been in yet. Any more? I thought we'd be warming up by now. I think this is the longest break we've had all day between games, or maybe it just feels it because we're nearly 4 hours in. And I didn't even have my lunch before we came on. I will be gorging myself as soon as once this final's over, and I'll leave you good people to the rest of your day. I will be probably going to find myself something to eat. Any rogue football scores? I suppose Manchester United being in the lead is rogue, isn't it? I mean, it's rogue and it's sad. I mean, and I don't mean. I just mean upsetting. It does hurt me to see Man United do well. Painful. Right. Why? Do you know what I can do? I can close down some of the 40,000 windows that I've got open that has facilitated the early stages of this. I don't need the career profile of Carl Wilson open anymore. I'm afraid, Carl, your race has ran today. I am afraid. Oh, and we're warming up. We're warming up, which means we are very close. And at this stage, we don't tend to warm up for very long, because it's not really meaning warming up. It just means that they have turned on the little iPad that sits next to the board that tracks the scores. So I think any moment now, we might be getting to see the final, and to try and, after a long session today, not as long as we often get, but it's been a big old slog. We might find out who is going to take that spot. Interesting. So there was a lot of, I suppose, criticism maybe for the fact that tour card holders were here at this event, obviously with them having their own event with 5 spots on the 24th. So, there were some people in the chat room earlier criticising the fact that tour card holders were played. So I think it's interesting that we haven't got one in the final. We only had one tour card holder in the semi-final. Darryl Pilgrim got through to the semis. I suppose they've not. Yes, they might have bashed some people up early doors, and they sent a few people home that maybe wouldn't have been. But this hasn't just turned out to be another spot for a tour card holder. We are going to see between Shane or David a non-tour card holder or another non-tour card holder going to the World Championships. Come on now, let's get started, I think. I don't think it will even let me display that yet, because I need to work out how I can fill my screen. Last call for predictions, folks. If you've got a prediction, you need to be in before they start throwing darts. And there is nowhere else you can watch it either. I know there's a couple of people asked if we can How long have piss break did they need? Yeah, I honestly thought this would be one of the shortest breaks that we got. It is rather an extended one. And again, it's a bit shit because it doesn't give me a great deal to talk about, especially when I'm on my own. Because I can't. Again, it's just one mad bloke talking to himself. But yeah, with a bit of luck, we will be underway very, very soon. I do wish that it would let me like open the screen up to try and space it out on my monitor, because it's not ideal when those game screens are a bit crap. Which player do you want to see at the Worlds? Well, here we go. We're off and running. We are off and running. David Davis has the darts. And we're not for just to ratchet your get your predictions back in quick, because we're playing first to 7. We're not. They haven't gone up in the final. They've not added that extra leg. So it is just first to 7. As we played in the quarters and the semis, and now we're in the final. Which player do I want to see play in the Worlds? If I'm honest, Jamie, if I had to pick between these two, then I'd probably rather see Shane, only because, as many of you will know, if you watch on a Monday night, I love to manifest chaos. I like things to be a bit mad. And I think it creates more chaos because, again, it's the WDF world champion who's done something like this and is then going to be elsewhere. So I think it's a bit more chaotic and a bit more fun, and it gives us more things to talk about. And, so it will give us far more to talk about on the live lounge if Shane McGurk wins this than if David Davies wins it. David Davies winning it is good fun. It gives me a lot of opportunities to do double D jokes. But I think Shane McGurk is it's more of a talking point, and if you talk about darts, then talking points are what you want. So we've got a few people who have wisely gone back in with their predictions. Jamie's gone Shane winning 7-5. Jamie's gone. The other Jamie got 2. Who's full of Jamies. Jamie Drummer's gone 7-5 to Shane. Jamie has gone Davies 7-5. Wayne's gone Davies 7-5. I am going to ratchet down to Shane McGurk winning 7-4. I still think David gets 4, but it's 7-4 instead of 8-4 now that we know where we're at. Mark has gone David winning 7-3. David Davies is now the heavy favourite in the chat room. The Jamie gang. I assume you all meet up at the AGM. Joe, it would mean that both finalists from last year's WDF final will be at Ali Pally, because last year's final was, of course, Shane McGurk against Paul Lim, who will both be at Alexandra Palace this year. Well, I say that. We don't know yet. We're about to find out. We are about to find out. It's first blood to David Davies. And that is a slack visit. That is a slack visit, and David Davies will be looking to take advantage of it. Back on track, Shane McGurk in this leg. Back on track. David Davies, a player we have actually seen a bit this year playing in Players Championships events, because we are seeing less and less of those big players turning up to all of the Players Championship events. We did see twice just in this last week event 33, 34. We saw David Davis play. Who beat him? Neil Zonnevel beat him in 34. Joe Cullen beat him in 33. 1-1. Could just be a who blinks first. David Davis has been very, very steady, very, very good on his own. Hey, I apologise, David. I think I've doomed you there, haven't I? He's been very steady, very good on his own throw. 41. Great start. Great start. Big visit as well from Shane McGurk. Again, these legs go quick, especially if you get a break in there. It can feel like it gets away from you quick. Race to 7. Oh, David. That is far from ideal, I'm afraid. Far from ideal. And even that troubleless visit from Shane McGurk means nothing really. Again, another troubleless from David. This is the worst leg I think I've seen him throw all day. And it's on throw as well. So this could be a very early break from Shane McGurk. And if Shane can maintain it, if he can stop peaking and troughing and going up and down like he's done all day and just find the level and stick to it, then this early break could be absolutely massive if he can get it. No pressure coming in at all from Davies. Just all the time in the world, McGurk back on 297. Davies after 12. Needs something big here, even just to feel like he's in this game. Oh, 92 goes first time from McGurk. Break of throw. Big difference in average. I know we're only 3 legs in, but we've already got a big difference in averages. But then again, that's been the story of the day for Shane McGurk. Do something amazing, followed by something not very good, and then something amazing, and something not very good. And we see back-to-back breaks. Still advantage Davies at this stage. But he's getting pressed, isn't he? He is getting pressed. Shane McGurk could really hurt Davies here. A 140 here. If you can find another 140 here, that really does. Oh, he's let him off. He has let him off there big time. Which again has been a bit of the story of the day for Shane McGurk. I think he has been absolutely amazing and crap. Relentlessly. Here we go. David Davies. Opportunity to break and level the game up. And he does one dart, does it straight into double 18. And we have a Desmond. Seen an awful lot of Desmonds today, but wrestles the game back on throw. And David Davis, advantage Davies at the minute, isn't it? Because if we just keep going, oh, God, it is so back and forth. And I don't know whether it is, perhaps there is, it is the old Chris Mason phrase that you can't practice shitting yourself. And perhaps this is where these two are at the minute. I think the pressure is definitely starting to tell, I think, on these two. This is a huge game, really, really important outcome for both of them. And I do think the pressure is starting to tell a little bit in this game. We're still getting moments of brilliance, but there's moments of brilliance with balls ups on either side of them, and they're becoming, the highs and lows are becoming higher and lower. A big visit here from McGirt could. Oh, wow! Again, pressure, huge pressure. David Davis, how are your nerves? Because 71 has to go now, or we're going to see another break of throw. Break after break after break. Oh, no. Right, double 16, Shane, for an advantage and a break. Huge pressure here. Again, it's not just that spot at the, it's the spot at Alexandra Palace. It's also a minimum. There's a few people in the chat room now talked about a 15 grand game. 15 grand is the minimum. Don't forget, 15 grand is the loser money in the first round. If you win a game, and let's be honest, there's all sorts of very, very winnable games in the first round, isn't there? Loads of winnable games in the first round. And if you win a game in that first round, that's 25 straight away. What have I not answered, Chad? 10 minutes for an answer. Unlike me, but what have I not answered? First to 7 or 8? It's first to 7. Odd format. We went up to 7. We played first to 6 as early doors. Went to 7 in the quarters. 7 in the semis, and we are still playing first to 7 here in the final. Where is Phil today? Phil's busy traveling around the country. He's got a couple of exhibitions on today. And since we went to weekday Pro Tours, I never get to do this anymore, do I? I'm always at work when the Pro Tour streams are on, so it was a nice opportunity for me to get back on the stream for a few hours and have a watch of some darts show. Jimmy Van Shee and Jeff Smith in the World Masters final. Don't dislike that at all. It's a lovely game of darts. That would be a cracking watch. David Davis 130 for another break of throw and to level the game up. This is so back and forth. Really constantly twisting, turning back. He's left top. Shane McGurk, how's your bottle? If he can do this 1-for-8, then he does take a proper advantage in this game. Because we see either of them just exchanging breaks, but never quite getting the advantage that comes with a break and then holding afterwards. David Davis, 41 dart again. First dart into a double from David Davies. His doubling's been absolutely brilliant. Brilliant. Can we see somebody hold a leg? Can we see somebody hold a leg? I wonder if the WWF wants Shane McGurk to win. I wouldn't have thought so, Marcus. I would have thought that what they would want is their defending champion to be there, you know, at their event is what I would have guessed. I wouldn't have thought they wanted him to win this and be playing in the PDC World Championship. I'd like to think that they wanted him back. Break. Yeah, Jeff Smith has announced he's not doing Lakeside. He's going to do the ADC event instead. Again, we're looking on for a break here unless Davies can find a big visit. 2 trebles. That's quite nice. Again, it's not all the way, you know, it's not all the way ahead, but it certainly keeps him with his nose in front. I think both of these players will just be desperate to settle this game. They'll be absolutely desperate to settle it. Question there. When is the qualifier for the Belgian and Netherlands players being played? That one, and there's only one, is similar to this as well. You know, there is only one player going through. That's the 15th of November. 15th of November, that one, Stan, is being played. Big, very important visit there for David Davies. Again, just keeps him potentially probably favourite in this leg, even with Shane coming for 104. 104 would see oh, it's gone. 104's gone. We see another breaker throw. Break after break after break. And Shane McGurk is now just 3 legs away, and he has got the darts in his hand. That's a huge, huge, big check out there from Shane McGurk. Real bottle. And then, but once again, it's not back. This is what we've seen over and over and over. This is why we've seen so many breaks of throw in a row, because both players are doing something brilliant and following it with crap. And it's non-stop. Non-stop. I did go Shane McGurk 7-4. It's still on. It could happen. It's a big 140. Really needs to establish that break. It's not a break. Doesn't count. It's meaningless if you don't then hold your throw afterwards. And that is what has been the story of this game so far. Is both of them doing such good work to break their opponent's throw and then throwing it away and giving that advantage back. But McGurk on throw here, keeping his nose in front, even with that trebleless opening visit. Another big 1-3-3, leaves the big fish. Davies going to have to keep pace. He needs something. Needs 2 trebles here. Needs 2 trebles. Not good enough. 6 starts from 170 for Shane McGurk. For the first time in this game, just getting some breathing space, but they're not punishing, not big enough. Not big enough. Davies still needing 2 trebles. No, not enough. Not enough pressure again. Not enough pressure again. Teed it up that. And again, we need somebody to do something spectacular. We saw it in the last leg from Shane McGurk. We saw a big ton plus finish to break the throw. Can David... He's done it again. What a game. 130 from David Davies. Levels it up. 4-all. This is absolutely... I mean, it's bloody entertaining, but God, the pair of them must be going out their heads, because it's break after... Is that... We have 2 holes to start off. We have 6 breaks of throw in a row. But these are all just people getting their pockets picked. These are ton plus finishes going in. Every time it looks like one of these is just going to reach for the finish line to get there, then it's Now, again, it just needs somebody to hold a bloody leg of darts. David Davis started this match with the advantage. He started throwing first. It's gone backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards, and he's got this game back on throw. It's now just a best of 5 game from here. And that's a perfect start. Well, it's not a perfect start. It's a bloody good start from David Davies. Yeah, it's a frustrating match. It's crackers, isn't it, Jamie? Mark, it's got a noble written all over it. Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think it does. At this point, I think we probably are going, especially with Davis being on throw. If McGurk had got that break, or if he'd have held after any of those many breaks of throw, that I think McGurk could have kept him at bay. But Davis just getting that back onto throw, and what time in that 130 was absolutely perfect. So impressive. Again, huge bottle. 36 after 12, David Davis, 134, ton, 131. McGurk a mile behind, no pressure whatsoever. 6 darts for 36 for us to finally get a hold of throw. There we go. David Davies holds throw. Shane McGurk, you can't make a mistake now. You can't have a leg off. It's David Davies is 2 legs away. 130, big solid opening from Shane McGurk. Great start. If Davies can break him here, then it's game over, because there's just not enough opportunity. McGurk's going to have to get he's going to have to win too many legs in a row. And the one thing neither of these can do is win 2 legs in a row, it seems. So back and forth. Some of the finishing has been absolutely box office. This is what you want from a final, though. This is what we hoped for all day, was that when we got to the final, it'd be tense and it'd be interesting, and people would be doing wonderful things, matching each other blow for blow, 140, 140, ton. Anything you can do, I can do exactly the same. But he won't want to do that. Could it be advantage Davies as he looks for that break to take him within 1 leg? If he can find 2 trebles here. Oh, he finds 3. A 180 from David Davis at the most perfect time. If he gets this, then the finishing line is in sight. That's a huge ton from Shane McGurk, but 81 for David Davies here to break throw and go within 1. He would then throw for the match. He'd have the darts in hand to throw for the game if he can get 6-4 up here. It goes 81 in 3 darts. David Davies, that is this has been an absolutely amazing final performance from David Davies so far. He's throwing for the match now at 6-4 up. He's averaging 97, but it's just been unbelievably perfect timing. Like, when he's needed a big score, he's found a big score. When he's needed to finish something, that 130 was sublime. How is his bottle? Go! Not great. Right. And again, like let's hope the story's not over. Let's hope there is there some more twists and turns in this match? We could be looking at one right now. A treble-less visit from Davies, followed by a 140 from Shane McGurk. 140 from Davies. He's rescuing it. He's rescuing it. Yeah, we had loads, Mark. I reckon we were about 50-50 in the chat room of predictions between the 2 players. I reckon we were about half and half between Davies and McGurk. But Davies is now just 1 away. Shane McGurk cannot lose another leg. Again, he's done it again, just perfectly timed 180. We have already seen David Davies take out a 130 in this game. It's just perfectly timed 180. Shane McGurk can't put pressure on it either. Can we see 130 for the second time in the same match from the same player? I don't think he needs to. He's 41. Now, Shane McGurk, you have to take this 1-4-1 out. There's no option. Again, we've seen big checkouts from both players when they're up against it. It doesn't go. David Davies, 41 for the match. Surely. This goes, doesn't it? This goes. How's your ball, David Davies? There we go, ladies and gentlemen. David Davies, 7-4 victory over Shane McGurk. What for that? Do you know what? That was an absolutely superb performance in the final there. It had everything. With constant breaking backwards and forwards. Huge achievement, I think, for David Davies, getting himself to Alexandra Palace. So just to sum up, folks, what just happened there. David Davies won 7-4 over Shane McGurk in the final of the UK and Ireland Associate Member Qualifier for the 2026 PDC World Darts Championships. He will be there at Alexandra Palace. He will get at least £15,000. He might even get more if he wins a game. Thank you all for being along for the ride today. It's been really fun, hasn't it? It's been nice for me to be back because I never get to do these anymore because they changed all the Pro Tours to a weekday and I have to go to work because I have to pay my mortgage. But thank you everyone in the chat room for your banter and crack and predictions and things as always. It's been a pleasure to be back along with you for a few hours today. I will be back Monday for the live lounge. Me and Phil Bars will be back as we are, same time, same place every week, 8 p.m. on Monday. Keep an eye on the channel for everything that Phil's up to this weekend. Like I say, he's down gathering content and interviews and talking to people at exhibitions. We'll see you all very soon. Thanks for joining me, folks. Take care. Bye-bye. And congratulations to David Davies.